Alrighty. How's it going, Sento? Ragnar? Era? Hello, hello? Cat Jammer, yeah. So can anyone tell me what game that BGM was from? I did a little bit of fishing before stream. Star Ocean 4, it was.
Is this what I think it is?
I've never caught a boss fish yet. I'm guessing this is a boss fish though. I think I just need a better fishing rod though. Because it's like, the meter drains a lot faster even if you get the prompt straight away. The meter just drains a lot faster than you can, unless it like only does, yeah, like, unless it only does like the L1, R1, and R2, you just can't keep up with it. No, I haven't talked to the Fisher guy. I have more lures, but not better rods. But the Fisher guy, he's in Menencia, right? At the... What was the name of the fishing area? Yeah. Him. More fish! Yeah.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I've caught a bunch of random fish, but I think you need 20 to get the better rod. Three types of fish. Oh, I guess it doesn't count, like, different types of bass. It doesn't count those. I guess they're all counted as one. Like, a trout is a trout and a bass is a bass, I guess. So I've only caught bass, trout, and salmon. I think. I mean, I've caught several different types of them. I guess I just have to catch all the baby fish before I can do the boss fish. I'm guessing the bottom of the list one is the boss fish in like every area, because I'm assuming every area has a boss fish.
I've got something.
Oh, whoops, wrong button.
Well, that wasn't much of a challenge.
Fish better than Noctis. Hey, Doris. Yeah, they are. So, I noticed, that like some of the higher level area fish are like, I kind of need to get them, because you know how like the L1, R1, R2 prompts are just like
cast my line.
really fast compared to the other ones, like they do more to the meter. Sometimes the fish will just be like, if it just keeps going left, right, rather than L1, R1, I just run out of time. Like, I just lose. So I'm assuming that that gets kind of remedied by having a better rod, which I don't have.
There's a nice breeze here.
20 different fish, though. So if it's 20 different fish, that's like not including, you know, different variations of bass. That must mean that you have to catch, like, basically every fish to get the good rods and
Everything looks fine
lures.
with the lure. All right, let's do this.
All right.
I've got something.
Man,
That was disappointing.
just timed out. I didn't get any of those prompts wrong either.
All right.
This is just a bass, though. I mean, I'm just gonna do a bit of fishing now because I can. But I've noticed that when it does the like button press inputs, I have to double tap
Boy,
the buttons,
That's a bit of a letdown.
or
Maybe
it
you could
doesn't
keep it as a
actually
pet.
register it. So how many different rods are there? I'm kind of curious. Really?
I've got a good feeling about this one.
Because I know there's like a better rod at like 20 fish or something. You have 3 rods. Did you get all of them, or that's just what you found? I don't know if you're like following guides, you know? Gotta get lucky and have them jump
I
like that a
did it.
bunch of times.
But I'm not gonna quit now.
Remarkable.
Not
top
gonna
of the
quit
food chain.
now. AX. Oh, I was doing AY. That's why.
Ha! I've got something.
Oh, really? So I did all of her solo arena things. Oh, that was close. Around level 60. Yeah, I don't have that one
I'll
there.
catch something bigger next time.
Maybe you could keep it as a pet.
So I did her beginner, her intermediate, and her training one. That's it. I did that for everyone actually. I did everyone's beginner and intermediate. They don't have an advanced
Where should I
available
cast my
yet.
line?
I'm guessing like once I beat the main story, it'll once I beat the main story maybe, or get to the end of the main story, it'll unlock more. I'm not sure. I did a bunch of like or every side quest that I could, except I found 2 of them. Like one of them is the Earth dungeon, and the other one was the Wind dungeon. Both of those are like level 60 areas, so they're I tried, but they are pretty far above my pay grade. I got pretty far into the Earth dungeon, but eventually just died, and I imagine the boss would just be untouchable. And the Wind dungeon, I got up to the boss, but the boss just hit the entire party for a one-shot. In the story, I'm heading back to, what is it called? Calaglia? Yeah, I'm going back to Calaglia. I just cleared out the wedge. Was the last thing that I did. The wind one too early? Yeah, I went there and I fought the boss, but like, the boss has this thing where it slams the side of the tower, and it just hits the whole party for a massive amount of damage. And like, it didn't overkill me by that much. But I was like, you know, I did it at like 41 or 42, I think it was. That was like one of the first ones that I did. It's just coincidental. I was going through the list. And it didn't overkill me by that much. I imagine if you were like level 50, 55, it probably wouldn't one-shot you, and it would just be a matter of healing yourself back up after it does it. 10 levels lower than you, damn. The Earth dungeon, I didn't reach the boss. The Earth dungeon seemed really cool, in a way, because it was like just a huge open area where you're running around constantly in combat, and then you just fight enemies in rooms. Like, it never exits combat. I thought that was actually pretty cool. And you gotta just figure your way through the... It's not really a maze, but find your way through the area with the teleporters. It just felt really strange to me. I couldn't figure out what was going on for a moment there. I was like, why is he holding his sword when I'm not in combat? But he was in combat. And I did that fishing cave. What's it called? The Fogwall Limestone Caverns. So this one, this boss was really tough because it's like level 60. And I did it at like 44 or something. and yeah, it kind of kicked my ass. It took 15 life elixirs or whatever life potions, and I think I used one elixir. I didn't realize there was going to be a phase 2, but phase 2 was way easier than phase 1, way easier, because there were no ads. It was as simple as that. There are no ads in phase 2, so it didn't really matter. I just controlled Shion and made her stand back and revived people as they died. I ended up going through like 13 orange gels as well. But that's fine. Like, it's whatever. Orange gels I can just buy. They cost a few thousand a piece. I don't actually care. I really don't go through them that much. And money isn't really too bad to make either. With the arena especially, because there's these money battles that you can do with an hour cooldown. An accessory to lower CP cost. I believe I do. I think I have that on her. I think I actually have that on Shion. Yeah, CP cost minus 10%. I bet that's only on like a tier 2 trait though. I bet if you had that on a tier 5 trait, it would be like 40% or something. Yeah, the orange ones cost 3,000 a piece, but I very rarely use them. It's actually very rare that I use the orange gels, so I usually sit on 15. I've got 2 left, so I used 13 in that battle, because it was the last thing that I did before stopping last night. I was up actually really late. I kind of just completely lost track of time doing side quests and grinding. I was getting so much experience, because like, I was going through the cave. I mean, I was going through the cave at like level 39, 40, and then I got to the boss and died, and I was like, okay, I'll try again later. When I'm like done for the night and I've got as many levels as I'm gonna get. And I tried it again and it was still a struggle, but I was doing considerably more damage. I think level is a very large factor in your damage calculations. Like, I think your level relative to the enemy's level is a very large factor in damage calculations. So like, even getting a few levels makes a really fucking big difference for your damage dealt and taken. Was having fun. How's it going, Combo? Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty fun fight. It was kind of neat because, like, he doesn't really do any bullshit. It's just that it's kind of annoying that the ads constantly respawn. The second phase was pretty fun. Like, some of the bosses in this game actually are quite fun to deal with. It's only really when they have, like, arena-wide bullshit attacks that just kill all your allies that it sucks. That's when it's shit. You really do need to have better control for them. Although I wouldn't care as much if, like, you could just carry more, like, revival potions and MP potions and whatnot. They weren't, like, so punishing in that regard, but hey, it is what it is. In the end, it was just, like, basically spamming, perfect dodges and, what's it called? Raining Slash. Just spamming it. Hard spamming it. Oh, you got to talk to him over and over again. I was like, I've caught more than that, more than that many fish. Got to keep talking to him to get the individual rewards. Hey, a new rod. Okay, so I've caught at least 10. I'm good, thanks. At least 10. I don't know how many I've caught though. Is it in the field guide? $14. Alright, I'm gonna try out this new rod. I'll try and get the boss fish. Is there a boss fish at every pond?
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea.
Talca
I'll go for that
trout.
one.
YX. Caught 30. You need 40 to get the best lure.
Reel it in.
Hey Vince and Celine. Epic fishing action. You gotta have the intense battle music
That's
for
not
fishing.
a fish I see often.
I see you've gotten
Talcatraz.
even better at this.
So is that a boss fish, or is that just like the last fish here? I guess that's not a boss fish. 15, huh? Round popper. So, like, do boss fish get listed? Or do they not get listed?
Where should I cast my line?
2 HP bars, damn. Alright, I kind of want to catch a boss fish. So let's see. The Cave of Solitude. There's one fishing spot in each area, right? They do get listed, okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem to take long
Looks
to
like we made it here
get
in
the fishing done. Lasoda salmon, why?
Now where might those fish be? Huh. There we go.
Well, I am yet to see that side quest. And I've been doing, like, all the side quests that I can see. There's a couple right now that I have that I haven't completed. But, that's it. Like, that I
That's not a
can't...
fish I see often.
There it is.
So what's it to be? Grilled or broiled?
Grilled or broiled? I don't think I've had broiled fish before. Grilled is the way to go, though, to be honest. Oh, that's everything here. Need the right bait? Yeah, you do need the right lures for them. Actually, do you need the right lures for them, or does it just make it easier if you have the right lures for them? Ceslodia. Where's the fishing spot in this place? Ah, there it is.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I made some new weapons as well, because I went and farmed some materials, that kind of thing. But a lot of the weapons that I... like, my next weapons are locked behind,
There's something in the water.
the next area. So obviously I would need to go through a bunch of story cutscenes, which I didn't want to do. I didn't want to do on stream. Off stream, sorry. Oh, what am I doing?
Time to try a different spot.
Have I even caught anything here? Yeah. You know what, I'm just gonna type these here. X, Y, Y, A, 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 X.
Yeah.
Fishing stream, yeah, I want to get that new rod. I don't know, I was having a bit of fun with this earlier. As far as fishing minigames go, I think this one's not half bad. I think this is the fish that I'm trying to get right now with XY is not there.
All right.
I've also got the mantis to kill. I specifically saved the mantis to do on stream. Even though I fought all the other ones, which were probably tougher than it. They were like, you know, mid-40s. I already fought and killed those ones. But the mantis I saved for stream, because I figured people would want to see the mantis. Hey, Awesome, how's it going? Name one game with good fishing. I mean, probably many actual fishing games. But Breath of Fire 3 and 4 both have pretty fun fishing minigames.
Anybody could reel in that.
Guess it's important to stay calm.
The run back for Mantis, yeah. FF15. I never did the fishing in 15. It looks like it has a bit more going on than most fishing games. Most fishing minigames, sorry. What is it? YA.
Reel it in.
They sold it as a standalone VR game. Are you serious? That's actually really funny. That's actually really funny. Man, this rod makes a massive fucking difference. The rod alone makes such a huge difference.
Anybody could reel in that.
Guess
Get the
it's
first game
important to
over
stay
on
calm.
Mantis? Yeah, like it's a gimme. I feel like it's kind of expected. Oh, what am I doing?
Now where might those
I somehow
fish be?
didn't get anything. Let's see. Oh wait, what am I doing? I should change my lure. Let's see, pearly pike. Do I have one for that? Guess not.
I hope we catch something decent.
Indeed. Hungry bellies are counting on this.
Gluttonous barracuda.
Wouldn't it be easier to simply use astral arts to catch the fish and be done with it?
That misses the
None of
whole
these
point
are
of going
easy
out to fish.
catches. None of these give me easy catches, so I guess I'm just using whatever.
Is this what I think it is?
Is this what I think it is? A fish? Yeah, it's a fish. You didn't like Berseria. I thought Berseria was the one that everyone loved. It's the one that always gets brought up. Man, every time that happens, I have to just keep mashing the button and hope it reads the input.
I did it! But I'm not gonna quit now.
Are we going to be able to finish all that?
Lightning, but much better. Well, that's a fucking low bar, dude. That is a low bar.
There we go. Anybody could reel in that.
Guess it's important
Pearly
to stay calm.
pike. Let's see. AY and AX.
Reel it in.
Because Booba? I guess, probably. Does the game have basically Muria?
Anybody could reel in that.
That went pretty well.
Oh, what? That's not what I wanted. That's not what I thought I was getting here. I was doing AY, but it was giving me the YA fish.
Oh,
What does that mean when her face comes up like that? Is that like a new fish or something? Like something I haven't caught before? A big fish, perhaps?
That's not a fish I see often.
Polar
Wow,
bears.
what an awesome
Polar
fish you caught.
base. Good one. I see. And AX. Give it the axe. I guess it's not there. I don't know what its icon looks like, so... A unique portrait for boss fish, I see. Yeah, I'm yet to see a boss fish. I want to get a boss fish. Just because, like, one of the things... So there's a thing gated behind catching the biggest boss fish, the marlin. And there's a thing gated behind just getting a boss fish. And I have neither of them. I kind of want to get a boss fish.
This fish is way bigger than I was expecting.
Stars above. That's gotta
Stars
be a new record.
above. Does it actually really matter? Where you cast it?
Oh.
Yeah, there's a couple of boss fish, as far as I know. Using this rod almost feels like cheating now. Like, I could make so many mistakes and it wouldn't even matter.
Anybody could reel in that.
That went pretty well.
Pearly pike. That thing's pretty fucking big. That thing looks like it would rip your finger off like it's nothing.
All right.
I don't think this is the one that I'm looking for. Has a lot of HP though. Also, I think it was Legend of Legaia that had a fun fishing minigame. It might have been that.
Well,
It
it's
had
not
a fishing
bad, per
minigame.
se.
But
Maybe
I
you
don't
could keep it as a
remember,
pet.
because I just remember doing it a bunch, but I don't remember if that was because I liked it or because I wanted something from it. Yeah, that's not
Reel it
bad.
in.
Maybe I should get like a fishing guide or something. Playing the DLC? No, I don't have the DLC. Apparently the DLC is pretty bad. And expensive. Who knows, maybe one day I'll go back for it. But,
That's not a fish I see often.
I don't recognize that fish. Is it okay to eat?
this game's also already quite long. This Cicelodian salmon. Let's see.
You're still not done fishing yet? Boring.
You need patience to fish.
Apparently there is 5 fishing rods.
Wouldn't it be easier to simply use astral arts to catch the fish and be done with it?
That misses the whole point of going out to fish.
Dude, can you stop asking that, like, every 30 seconds?
I hope we catch something decent.
Indeed. Hungry bellies are counting on this.
Alright, I'll try one more cast, and if I don't get it, I'm going to another pond, because I want to get that fishing rod. Actually, where is a pond that has a boss fish? Yeah, there's no...
Reel it in.
Overlook Hill, alright. Yeah, I did the side quest about Law bitching about not being able to get a girlfriend. So I'm pretty overhearing Law bitching.
Anybody could reel in that.
You sure know what you're doing.
Alright, I think that's 19 or 20 fish now. So let's see. How many fish is that? Oh, not system. Fishing notes. 19. Yeah, 19 out of 44. If I catch one more fish, I'll have 20. I can get that better rod. What's the place again? Overlook Hill. I don't know where Overlook Hill is. Oh wait, Overseer Hill? This does have a fishing spot. Unless there's also an
Reached our
Overlook Hill.
destination.
Okay.
Oh. You know, don't you think...
Alright. Golden catfish.
Where should I cast my line?
Menencian bass. Let's go, Oh, there's the golden catfish one. You know, I'll just use this. And if I get it, I get it. But, I think if I catch one more fish, I get a new rod.
Now, where might those fish be? Time to try
Oops.
a different spot.
Wrong button.
Yeah. There we go.
Study the impact of JRPG protagonists on the aquatic ecosystem. Well, fortunately, she isn't the protagonist.
Looks like I hooked a pretty rare fish.
Menencian
Wow, what
bass.
an awesome fish you caught!
Menencian base. Another one that's AX.
I've got something.
Easy clap. Just needed to jump every time. It's the best one.
Well, it's not bad per se.
Could have been worse. At least you caught something.
Man, if only fishing was this easy though in real life. And you can just go out there for like 2 minutes and just reel in multiple massive ass fish. I would never pay for food again. I would actually no, that's not true. I would still buy vegetables. I would never pay for meat ever again. Let's see, Menencia. Pond Road. Need to talk to him again to get the rod. And then I'll work on the golden catfish.
Looks like we made it here.
So
in
do you
one
just keep
piece.
casting until you find the
There's something in
correct
the water.
icon? Like for the fish sniper. Really fun fishing game on PS1. Ended up disappointed. I mean, I like fishing. It's pretty chill, but it kind of depends on the company that you keep. I used to go fishing fairly frequently when I was a kid with my grandfather. But, you know, as I got older, I've been fishing with some friends and my aunt a bit. And it's pretty relaxing, you know, it's chill. Depends on where you are and who you're with. Certainly not like as high action as they make it out to be in video games. Yeah, when I looked up how to get the marlin, it said to use this rod and the correct lure. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize I needed, like, I actually needed that kind of thing. I didn't realize it was so stat-based for fishing. It is kind of funny, though. They try to make fishing really high action in video games. But, yeah. It's not very high action. Although, I went, like, game fishing,
Everything looks
like
fine
deep
with
sea
the
fishing,
lure. All right, let's do
years
this.
ago, which was pretty cool. And that is a lot more like this. Like, you catch, if you go to the right spots, like, obviously when you're going out, like, on a paid trip, they know the spots.
There's a nice
But
breeze
yeah,
here.
you catch shit very quickly. The fish sniper. Is this the one? It is the one. So I guess I'm just baiting the... Oh, what is it thing? It's YA.
This one's putting up a real fight.
Oh, it's a boss. Oh god, the look on her face. Unique boss battle music. I'm glad I got this rod though. Because this is like barely cutting it. Like, dude, do the L and R ones. They're so much better. Yeah, these are so much better.
You gotta know when to quit.
No. Rip. Oh shit, oh fuck.
This feels like a big one.
When it's doing the left-right one, it doesn't actually like sustain itself on the meter. Like it drains more than it restores. But the LR ones are just like a full net positive. So I just need to kind of hope it does them constantly. But it's just not doing them. There we go. It's just not fucking doing them.
This is quite the catch, if I do say so myself.
Golden
We sure hit the
catfish.
jackpot. That'll taste great.
Will it taste great? Catfish is kind of shit. Catfish is kind of really shit. Boss fish.
Wow, I can't believe you caught another amazing fish.
Yeah, no kidding. I had no idea there was anything like that even swimming around in the...
in the, Kisara?
Huh? Oh, hey, Rinwell, Alphen.
Why the long face? Not happy with your haul?
Are you not sure how you want to cook it? If you don't mind it being grilled, I'd be happy to do it for you.
No, it's nothing like that. Here, take a look at this. It's a golden catfish.
A golden catfish? Is there some kind of problem with it or something? It's not like it's poisonous or anything, right?
My brother Miguel told me something about catfish once. He said, when you find a big one, it's an omen. And with a catfish this big, I'm just hoping it isn't a sign something bad's coming our way.
Are catfish like that supposed to be bad omens?
Not necessarily, but you know how these things go. Omens usually don't pop up to warn you of when good things are coming.
Well, think of it like this. Omens just mean that change is coming. And in this case, it's change that all of us are going to bring.
Totally. We're trying to overthrow the big bad Renans. If that's a bad omen for anyone, then we're gonna make sure it's for them.
Huh. I never thought of it like that. Then I guess you could say this fish is Miguel's way of telling us that he's with us. That we can do this.
All right.
We're going to build a future for Dana that's as bright as that fish.
You bet we will.
All right, horoscope lady. Wow, that actually has a skill in it. That's actually kind of funny. What skill is this? Max AG, nice. Tempest Wyvern. Nice. And this one is Silver Marlin, which is like the biggest, baddest boss fish. I'm not going to be doing all the fishing.
I can't wait to
I just wanted to
making our
catch a
meal.
boss fish. That's all.
Are we having something new to eat?
Yep, now that we have all the ingredients.
Now that we have all the ingredients, there's a even better EXP up food, but it requires tuna, and I have never caught tuna, so I'm not cooking it. Feels bad, man. But I don't think it really matters. I think with the amount of grinding that I did off stream, I should be fine. Anyway, there is one thing to do before I go into the main story again, and that is the run back with Mantis. I fought a many notorious monster
Looks like we
things
made it here in one piece.
off stream doing side quests last night, but I specifically saved this one because Mantis is kind of iconic, I guess.
No choice.
The waters of creation.
As impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was improving.
Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
I bet that
Because he's
one
like level
could give me
40 something, right? 43. So he's like the same level as me.
a- coming through.
Now you see what I can do. I can do it all day. This one's mine.
Can't get out of this.
Amazing.
Reload. Wings of heaven are here.
Try harder. It's wide open. It won't escape me. A thrilling performance. To be let free. You picked the wrong fight. Okay. In an instant. Impact clock. Radiant light. Radiant regeneration. No further.
He's enraged,
I sense incredible power.
flapping its wings at me.
Calm and take them down.
No odds of being interrupted.
Oh, he swings twice now.
Here's a healing art. It's about to strike.
Oh, that didn't stun him.
Bring in your deck, Doheny.
Then tonight's meal is on you.
You've got Nick.
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
Hey, what the? I pressed that button and she didn't do it.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Shine, radiant light. Shine, radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Okay.
Dude.
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can.
They're not playing
Glad
around.
run out, Doheny.
Try harder. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Radiant slap. Not today. They smite with blackened blade. Stop.
It's too much.
Radiant slap. Blew away.
Man. Oh, I didn't buy more life elixirs. Alright. Oh no, he got 1 kill. Are you gonna revive me? You gonna revive me? Guess not. Fucking AI in this game, man. They're just sitting there attacking instead. Like, the AI has got full healing priority over any form of attacking. They just... Sometimes they just don't feel like it, man. Sometimes they just don't fucking feel like it. They got so much CP here, and they're just like... Nah. I guess I just don't feel like reviving anyone.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Kisara's the main character. She is. Kisara's booty. That's the real MVP. MVB, I guess. It was almost dead. Yeah, it was. Alright, so the next area is like a volcano area or
Feels
something.
like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up. This is your hometown.
I wonder if this guy's got anything to say yet.
Well...
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I guess I gave him bad advice. What's this one? I didn't want to come into this area at all in case it railroaded me.
What? Right.
Oh, this is the
I'm
Zoogle.
afraid not.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. I with the raid. Kai's done with nonsense. Over the nonsense, even. Welcome in, Kai, and Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Hope the nonsense went well. It was kind of funny. When I was watching Bob play that ages ago now, it feels, he was like super into it. And he was loving it for like the first, I want to say like 70% of the game. But then when he was getting towards the end and finishing it up, he was fucking miserable. And it was just like this switch, you know? So I'm kind of curious if that's just Bob being Bob, or if it's like downhill in the end. I don't know how far through it you are now. I don't even know how many exits there are in it. Isn't there a ton of exits in Nonsense?
Oh, just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head to...
Yeah, that's how it seems.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
Can't you see I'm moping?
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renin rule, I'm up to my ears in Dahnan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problem.
119 exits. That's a fucking lot of exits. That is a lot of exits. Actually, how many was in Grand Poo World 3? Because that's also a pretty freaking huge hack. Keep playing till it turns unfair. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. 40-ish. Holy shit. Actually, how many is in Jump? Because that one's also huge, right? But I think that's the best way to do it with some hacks. Like, some hacks, especially the ones that are made by, like, multiple people, they've got, like, big gaps in difficulty and style and all kinds of shit that really, you can really feel it. That I think is especially prevalent in the standard hacks rather than like the Kaizo hacks, but yeah. I guess I'm not a very good judge since I only watch. I don't actually play Kaizo. I don't play any kind of SMW hacks. I watch them. I love watching SMW, but I never actually play them myself.
What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renin starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
Oh, really?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Well, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
He seemed really hesitant to
Thanks,
say,
Seth.
yeah, okay.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed
Really?
past the mountains.
That's so
The event
strange.
was recorded just before the first Renin invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
Could be behind that rock.
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that.
Oh, maybe not.
But you should be careful.
Cringe aside, it's been pretty
I
fun.
don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. There's a giant...
There's like a lot of anime cringe. Like, goddamn. It's these cutscenes. Some of these cutscenes hurt my soul. But gameplay is actually pretty fun. If you do a little bit of grinding, I find it's a lot more enjoyable. Because the bosses get really dumb really fast if you're even a little bit underleveled. Because it's one of those games where, like, I'm not 100% certain on this, but levels, like your levels, I mean, they either play a very big factor in damage calculations, or you just get a shitload of stats from leveling. I'm not sure which it is. But, being even a few levels under really sucks. Because bosses who cannot be stunned, because bosses are inherently immune to most combat mechanics, they will just do AoEs and one-shot your party members all the time. And that's just fucking annoying. But if you are not under-leveled, they don't really do that. They force you to heal a lot,
Zoogle running
but they
riot
don't
in there.
one-shot you.
Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way.
It's, yeah, I mean, it's mostly an issue because the AI is painfully bad. The AI is really, really fucking bad. Even if you set all the things to what you want them to do, a lot of the time they just don't do what you want them to do. And they're super aggressive and just get killed all the time. So, like, because you have such limited healing, and they will get themselves killed all the time. No, they get hit by everything all the time. So if the things that are hitting them actually one-shot them, it fucking sucks. It's just miserable. But if you are leveled enough for them to not get one-shot and only need healing, instead of needing constant reviving, it's nowhere near as bad. Nowhere near as bad. The AI is agonizingly bad, though. You have... They have, like... It's like they tried to copy the Final Fantasy XII Gambit system, which is actually really good. But they did like a really shitty job of it. So you can kind of set these behavior things for them to do, but they don't actually follow them. And there are so many like non-specific broad things that really don't help you. Like the Gambit system, especially considering it's a PS2 game, is actually a really fucking good system. And this basically has the Gambit system, but they do not very strictly follow the rules. They just do what they want for the most part. And there are certain things that are like really broad. Like for example, there's a command to, if you are below X amount of HP as the trigger, the command is to keep away from the enemy. Hey Fox, how's it going? But the command isn't to keep away from the enemy. The command is to stand like 2 meters away from the enemy and attack them. It's not to actually keep away from them and stay safe. It's to attack them from arm's length. So like if you set a command to keep away from the enemy anywhere near the top, above anything, that will always take priority and they will always continue to attack at very close range. They just simply never try to actually say, there's no command, there's no way to actually tell them to run away from the enemy and stay safe. And it's just like, what the fuck? Your keep away command is actually a thinly veiled attack command? Yeah. Like, the Gambit system is not perfect. I'm not saying the Gambit system is like the be-all, end-all of AI control, but for a PS2 game, it's pretty fucking great. And with just a little bit of extra stuff, like being able to set like a third trait, or like a third condition, or like movement conditions, like prioritize staying next to the boss or something like that, it would be godlike. But yeah, anyway, like I'll after this cutscene, I'll show you what I mean. Like, it's literally the Gambit system, except you don't have as much control, and they don't really actually follow it.
Hmm? All right.
That laugh.
I guess. Hmm.
Right.
All right. So the this is the interface for strategy. So you can set conditions, skills, and requirements. Like, if anyone's less than 25% HP, she'll use Healing Circle, providing that I have more than 1% CP. CP is like a separate resource for healing spells only. It's like MP, except it's for the whole party. And it's why healing is so limited and why you get punished so hard for having deaths. So I have all the healing things set at the highest priority. It's all healing. Like, these two are healing, these two are healing, these are all healing, all the way down to here. This is all healing. And this is the keep away from enemy if you're below 75% HP. So if I put this keep away from enemy thing up here, they will literally do nothing. If they're below 75% HP, they will do nothing but attack. It forces them to run into melee range and attack. Because keep away doesn't mean keep away. Keep away means stand barely outside of melee range and attack. And I mean barely outside of melee range. And that means if they are already, like if they were at like, 10 meters away and they get hit and brought down to 50% HP, they will run closer to stand closer and attack from there instead. Because that's actually what this command does. It's fucking bad. Like, it is a bad command. Keep away, but not really keep away, yeah. Keep away a very specific distance. And that means going closer. That means going closer if they are too far away. Yeah, it's like, I would never even consider playing this game on a higher difficulty because of how fucking jank the AI is. The AI is fucking terrible. The actual combat system itself is quite fun, especially in random encounters, like with normal enemies, because like, the like break system and comboing and juggling and air combos and all that shit, it's fun to play with. There's actually a lot of room to mess around. I've kind of found the combos that I like, and I haven't really changed them much anymore. I did my experimenting with combos off stream. But the thing is as well, bosses are immune to literally all combat mechanics. You can't break them or juggle them. The only thing you can do is stun them with like very specific attacks, or like in scripted instances they will get knocked down. So it's like this weird like jumping between actually really fun, actually terrible, and somewhere in the middle depending on what you're fighting. And it's all over the place. Yeah, charge in with my 25% HP. Well, I set it to 75% or less because I wanted them to just be as safe as possible, because they're fucking stupid anyway. I mostly just use them to continue my own combos.
Like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well, we have...
Either way, like, it has been a good time overall. It's just like getting fucking whiplash from how much it jumps from good to bad sometimes.
to press on. We're going through Zion Mine to Berg
It's actually really
Volcano.
fun to
Let's
fight like tough normal enemies,
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from
because like you can actually
It's gotten
get
much
these
cooler
like
since
huge
leaving
combo
town, though.
chains and juggle
Does
them
that
like
mean
almost
eyes were
infinitely and shit
burning
like that
holes in
if you can do your combos right, and it feels good. It feels rewarding. And it's apparently the bosses being immune to like comboing is a kind of new
Something
thing
feels odd.
to this game, because apparently in the older games, if you were good at comboing, you would kind of just like stun a boss at the start of the fight to get your combo going, and then you would never drop them. You would just permanently air juggle them until they die, if you were good, I mean. But you can't, like, and in order to stop you from doing that in this game, they just removed the functionality entirely from bosses. And people don't like that.
Here.
This is apparently really mixed in the Tales fan community. A really, really mixed game because of the
So we're
changes they
back in
made
Zion
to
Mine
combos.
Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again?
Also,
This is
damn,
where
that
we
really
first
zoomed in
rode
here.
together.
And also the first time we
Voodoo's so
touched,
close
as
you
I
can
recall.
smell it.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
Feels like Monster Hunter. That was like one of the weirdest things I found when I was playing Monster Hunter World. When you like climb under or climb over things, especially when you climb under things, the camera like really zooms right up in that butt crack. And it's like, damn, what are you like trying to get a sniff or
So
something?
This path is supposed to
That is
take us
very
out to Berg
unnecessary.
Volcano?
We're not gonna see any.
Hey, Salone. Bosses would auto overdrive if your combo got above a certain value. Really? I mean, I was just not that good at comboing in Symphonia, I think.
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law.
I did play Symphonia. That's the only other Trails game that I've finished. But I wasn't very good at it. So I don't remember getting into that kind of situation. That's funny. I've actually fought some of the enemies in this area, but in the arena. I haven't actually... So, all the materials that I need for my current best weapons... Well, not all, but some of the materials I need for my current best weapons
Well,
are
yeah,
actually
reach the inner portion of
from
Berg
this area specifically.
Volcano.
We need to find that starship, and fast.
I should have gone through that last cutscene that I just did, because that was only a few minutes of a cutscene before ending last night, so I could have actually visited this area and farmed them to get weapons too. Then I would have been pretty set. But I don't think it really matters, to be honest. They're not that big of upgrades.
Courteous, aren't you?
The waters of creation.
In a bind?
It's a duel of the arts.
Hey, you got knocked down, son of a bitch.
I've got this. Let the marksman handle it.
way the better.
Only the best materials in your garments.
You really do have quite the discerning eye, Dohalim.
Mystical
Yeah, they all kinda
Lumina
look
Core,
the
yeah.
same to me.
I believe I need those for someone's gear.
An opponent like this should be easy. Take this!
Oh shit. I didn't realize you were targeting me, you dick.
Come and face me! Blackened blade!
Flying free? Why can't they just sit
Squeeze the enemy's arc to me.
You take care of them?
No sooner
No
said than
play
done.
here.
Hey, what the fuck? Why are you targeting me too? I'm not even attacking you, man.
That could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Burn in hell!
It's weakened.
Now I can let loose. This ends now!
Never miss.
Yeah, the local co-op thing definitely pissed some people off, apparently. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know that was a thing when I played Symphonia. I might have, like, mentioned it, like, noticed and mentioned it.
You sure you still want to press forward?
Yeah, like, I feel like this game, multiplayer, like, if it was 2 characters only, I mean, I think the combat in general would be much better if it was only 2 players, like 2 characters on the field. But, like, combat in this, with 2 characters, but co-op, would be so fucking good, I think. I think it would be hard to balance, but I mean, I don't think they give a shit about balance anyway.
This equipment is really interesting.
You could do some pretty
You must
wacky
really
combos
like
with
it,
2
Outfit.
people. You could pull off some serious bullshit. I do wonder why they removed the co-op there.
Huh.
Pole vaulting. He just like
Plants
creates a.
grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
I don't know. That seems pretty legit.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be local co-op though. If they've got co-op in the game, like they could have online co-op though, and that would be fucking awesome. Just locally hosted online co-op.
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah.
No
You
further.
too.
Blow away! Shining!
You made quick work of them.
I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve.
I hope to see them sometime.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Demon Lash! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope they will
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
Nice.
Never
Those
seen
scratches on my
Shion
shield
actually
or
look
my armor.
flustered. Yeah, I mean, it's not like she has that line literally every single fucking battle. She's never seen the thing that she sees every single fucking battle. Yeah, online co-op would be awesome.
pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Hi, that motherfucker.
Incredible technique.
Brute force is nothing without elegance of form.
I don't know if I'd say nothing.
As impressive as always. No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
Well, looky here.
Yeah, but all of them have been story heavy and they had co-op. I don't see why it's that big of a leap to do online instead of local.
Little help.
Yeah. Everyone loves the one-liner spam.
If it cools up, time to get out of the way.
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, it's on.
In
unnecessary distraction.
There's still more to go.
Here I come! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
I'm ready!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
No, I mean, I don't think it would be like a matchmaking kind of thing. I think it would be a, like, just a direct invite friend to join game, and they would just play assigned characters.
What?
How did it work how did it work on local co-op? I'm assuming it was exactly that. You plug in a controller, and then another person could just control a designated character.
Well, look who's in a bright and
I would
shiny
assume
room.
it's
My
exactly
face is
that.
starting to sting. And my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water.
I don't think it would need to be super complicated. I think it would be pretty much like it worked previously. You would just have the one save file. It's just that instead of plugging in a second controller, you would invite someone to join your game.
Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion? Oh,
Gotta break through! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Radiant slash! Blow away!
Oh shit, he actually turns all the way around for that.
Wide open!
It won't escape me.
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Maybe. To be honest, I don't think very many people would have used the local co-op on the older games either. But clearly a lot of people did care that it was removed. So, like, I don't think it's really that big of a stretch to have, like, just online co-op. Like, I don't think it's, like, a fundamental problem. I wouldn't have known. But I haven't been playing the games. But obviously a lot of people did care. 1 second.
No choice.
Who's messaging me? Steam is messaging me. And I know what it is, too. It's something from like 3 hours ago that it's only just notifying me for now. Thanks, Steam. Thanks, Steam Mobile, for being so fucking slow. I was gifted a game a few hours ago. And, obviously I've already redeemed it and all that. But Steam Mobile is only just telling me now. This was at like, let's see, like 4 hours ago? 3 hours ago, something like that. 1 second. Like, I think this, if I could play this, like, co-op, just with a friend or something, I think it would actually add a lot and make the otherwise kind of annoying bosses, well, a lot less annoying. Because the bosses are not really that big of a deal for you. They're a big deal for your party members that are AI.
No further!
Man, why did you knock him that far away, you dick?
Armor won't save you! Can you take it? Dance on the wind! Forward flash! Rending you apart! You picked the wrong fight! Try harder! We've turned the tables on them!
There are still more left.
Right! No time to hold back! I'll smash you!
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
an astral arts?
That's my cue.
Shut him down! Demon Lance! I'll bash in their defenses!
Glad you had your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be! Blow away! Here I come! Bloody holiday!
We won that by a mile.
These are starting to get really expensive for CP. Really fucking expensive for CP. Not often that you see her getting her overdrive thing. You see Law get his all the time. Man. Alright, enjoy your sleep, guy. Rest well. Thank you for the raid, and I'll see you soon, no doubt.
Okay, here I go. I'm ready.
Law, get toasty!
Burn strike. Ignite.
Oh wow, that didn't even knock him out of that.
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle herself.
You can be really gentle.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. On your knees.
Pierce evil!
Air pressure. Rending you apart.
Tidal wave!
You're mine.
Bloody radiant pierce!
I'll smash you.
Smash!
Ready.
I'll smash you!
Consider yourself finished.
Everything here, I'm assuming, is resistant to fire.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Brigandine. Oh wow, I didn't realize I'd picked up this. Also, that shield is fucking stupid. It's actually just bigger than her. Cannot see her behind it. I got the Elemental Guard, I think, from her arena thing, and I just forgot to put it on.
Might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
Well,
Yeah, if only I were a cat.
if only.
I won't forgive you!
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for? And depend on one another.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Can't get out of sight. Come one, come.
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Every time I do that, I'm just hoping that you get the Rinwell Shion one.
Void flash. Mirage. I'll face you. You're mine.
Let me see what I can do!
Rin, I'm ready.
Kisara, go
Because it's AoE,
Prepare to crumble.
and it's just so much better than the rest of them.
Annihilation!
I'm not done. I'm far enough. Severing piston. Slice. Void flash. Mirage. It's over. Severing wind. You're mine. You're mine. I'm not done.
Every time. I wish there was some kind of control over that. Because it's kind of a... Oh, he could just make any kind of earthen bridge, vines, whatever.
Most definitely.
Overpowered, man. That would have been pretty helpful earlier.
Though I won't make any promises.
Try pushing Rinwell's button? What do you mean? Her boost button? What, her boost attack? I use it all the time to interrupt shit.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
You picked the wrong fight. Severing wind. Radiant light. Regeneration.
I usually just save it to interrupt spells, though. Oh, yeah, so I usually hit Shions, so when you hit the button, it just combines them with literally anyone, right? It's just a random person plus the person that you press the button of. I usually just press down, because down is Shion. Sometimes I press Rinwell's, but usually I press down. Is it more likely that Rinwell would pair with Shion rather than Shion with Rinwell?
never seen Shion actually look flustered.
Yeah, I could just try and use Shion's, sorry, Rinwell's one instead. I
Was
seem
that
to
a new
see
skill I saw back there?
Indeed. Well, sort of.
her get
Actually, it's a family staple.
the most common one that I see paired with Rinwell is Kisara or Law.
Back 8 generations.
Maybe you can just write all this down?
Those are the ones that I see the most, anyway. Just one Magma Golem, really?
You picked the wrong fight. Take this. Dance on the wind. Now you see what I can do. On your knees. Denied. Aim for the weak spot. Radiant you apart.
Now, do it! Don't believe!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
Trapped in darkness, pierced by light.
I call it the Rindo Special.
The Rindo Special.
I won't forgive you!
You're mine. Strike.
Annihilation Dream!
I'll take you all on. Flew away.
Glacial
Smash
Spear!
you.
Here's the evil!
No escape. This time. I'm ready. Spear.
Get toasty!
It's so much habit to press down instead.
You're mine. Ignite. Prepare to be seized.
The Do Well Special, yeah.
As impressive as always.
And here I hoped I wasn't proving.
Looks like we got them all. Yeah.
Nice. I still haven't used any of those. You know, there's actually a repeatable 1 hour cooldown arena battle that has a, that gives the offensive herb stat boost things. You know what, actually I'm gonna use one. I'm kind of curious about these. I still haven't used any of them. A Red Sage. Greatly raises max HP when used. Though extremely potent, the plant itself is eager. So, greatly. It gives plus 100. I mean, 100 is nothing, like, it's not insignificant. But, like, that's not very much. Raises resistance. Wow, they all actually have fairly even resistance. What is this? Penetration. Gonna be squishy no matter what. Because I would just like to have enough HP to not get one shot. I think no matter what happens, everyone's gonna be kind of squishy. I think HP is probably the least important stat. If I really, really, really wanted to farm these, he's the penetrator of the group. I don't think Law penetrates anything except for maybe his livestock. Elemental defense. Wow, his elemental defense fucking sucks. And so does... Wow, hers sucks as... Why is hers so low? She's meant to be the tank. I guess because heavy armor, that means weak to magic. Elemental attack. I better give that one to Kisara. She does so much elemental damage. Yeah, I don't think you get very much stats just from leveling. So I'm thinking levels are just a very big like factor in damage calculations. Defense. I think I would actually rather that be on... Well, not Alphen, because I always control Alphen. I guess Law. Law and Alphen as well. Does it factor into your fire attacks? I kind of figured that would just be based on your physical attack. Raises attack. Wow. Law has got a really high attack. Endurance. Raises penetration. Just call Alphen the Penetrator. Elemental defense. I should probably actually give, like, get these guys up kind of evenly. Oh, whoops. I meant to put that last one onto Kisara. Because they just get fucked by AoEs. It's not so bad if they just get hurt, but if they die in one shot, that's when it sucks. Attack. Does elemental attack apply to, Yeah, I mean, offensively, I prefer that. Defensively, I just like everyone to be strong enough to not get one shot. Max HP. More max HP. Like, it's kind of annoying having... Like, honestly, defensively, it doesn't even matter on Alphen, because I'm controlling him in boss fights. You kind of have to. But, like, I mean, you don't have to, but it makes life a lot fucking easier if you do control the melee character. But for the AI, they're just fucking potatoes, so, like, I would rather they just don't die. It's not that bad if they get hit, because if they get hit, they can just be healed. But reviving is really expensive. Reviving costs a fucking lot. And, yeah. Although, for what it's worth, you can actually just farm all these. You can farm them in sets. But, like, I'm not gonna do that. I don't think it's gonna matter, for that matter. I think getting some HP on the melee attackers is probably the way to go, though. Because they're the most likely to get hit by stuff. It's just kind of annoying when, like, there are, you know, arena-wide AoEs or whatever that just, like, fuck the range characters. Because they just happen to be, you know, they happen to exist. Those are definitely not inconsequential gains, though. I didn't realize they were as big as they were. I thought they were going to be like, you know, +1, +2, where in the end it really doesn't make any difference.
Calcified. Calaglia.
What kind of poem is that?
A sparse one.
Brightstone. Gold gel, that's nice. I need to do some shopping, actually. I keep forgetting to.
Get lost. Damn it! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a
No!
hero!
You're mine!
Hurt,
I'm not-
Don't mind if I do.
Does it hurt?
Sorry,
Take this!
Watch us weak.
You're mine!
See what I can do.
Win!
By the power of flame.
Negative gate!
Without a trace.
No escape! Blow away! Radiant
Shine.
blast! Radiant light! Blow away!
The regeneration.
Shine! Radiant light! Radiant strike!
Man, it's just habit to press down. I'm trying to think to press left for Kisara. But, not Kisara, for Rinwell. But I always press... I always press down.
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny.
I would
Know
not
you
trust
had
that
sort
bridge.
of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to...
Absolute. Wow, that's a big upgrade.
handle both.
Not necessarily.
Really? 2 of them back to back? This better be some good shit. I mean, the ammo's a good one. Oh, it's just a drop down here. That was completely unnecessary. I guess it probably skips those encounters and that's it. I've got like no CP left because of that. Kind of wish it was like in Star Ocean, when you use like the rings and shit, Star Ocean 4, I don't think there's anything like it in the previous games. You get like the rings to do like field skills, basically exactly like these. But you get like experience and SP and whatever for doing them.
Too much attention.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there wasn't too.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Wow, dude.
Here's a healing arc.
Now, while it's reeling,
Take it down.
In a bind?
blow away. We did it. Running flash, coming through. Ha! Now, Scarlet Inferno.
Illuminate the
Does it? Yeah, I don't remember it in 3.
holy land!
Blue escape. We did it.
Between heaven and earth.
You're mine. Not today.
Ready to go. Glacial Sphere.
Move.
Get toasty.
Burn strike.
Get toasty.
Try harder. Now. Raining flash. Blew away. Bloody howling.
I think the rings are kind of neat, but I can never really be bothered backtracking too much. Like, it's kind of funny, you know, you do a low-level dungeon, it's like, oh, this is a frozen chest. Cool, I'll remember that this is here. And then you get the flame ring or whatever, in like, you know, 2 dungeons forward. And then you can go back and get something from that chest. And it'll be really good if you get it right then and there. Like, as soon as you get access to it, if you go back and open that chest, you're going to get something really good for that moment in the game. But that's if you want to go all the way back there for just that one chest. Because if you go to the top floor of that dungeon, there'll be like a thunder ring. And then you would need to come back again a 3rd time. And
Some
like,
ropes.
Don't
nobody
forget
has
to heal
time
your
for that
wounds.
shit. I kind of wish that while... Like, it's cool that they have that kind of thing, but I kind of wish they would put things that are a bit more, or a bit less, like, time sensitive, I guess. Like, a piece of equipment for a level 10 dungeon, you know? Not like a piece of equipment that you would use right now, but rather a recipe or some kind of utility item. Something that is a bit, like, more universally useful, so it rewards you still, even if you're only going back to sweep out the chest later, you know? 'Cause that's what I do. Nowadays, anyway. My first playthrough, I went back all the time. But in, like, subsequent playthroughs now, because I've played Star Ocean 4 a heap of times, I just, you know, I just go back once I have all the rings. Oh, man, there's no shop here. I was kind of hoping there would be a shop here, because I don't have any, life bottles. Well, I guess I'll just save. And, hope that I don't need them. For all I know, the boss might be a joke. Like, it doesn't matter. But I forgot to buy life bottles before leaving, and there's no vendor at the end.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on.
Let's go.
Chaos? I think it's going to cause a lot more than chaos. The big bad. 47. Efreet.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone.
16 damage. Damn.
Take this.
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me?
I can't actually
Do you
swing.
even have to ask? Of course I'm scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogle?
This is like that
Careful,
fucking wind
keep an eye
elemental.
on it.
Oh shit, that was for some reason I thought that was Rinwell. Blah 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 magic.
In a bind? Flew away! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'll blind you into dust! Shine! Radiant light! Burst of regeneration! Regenerate!
Damn it.
This is looking good! Flew away!
It's not looking good.
Burn silence! Flew away!
Where are you going?
Everlasting dust! Soaring blood!
I'll heal you all.
I'll stop it short!
Oh,
Looks like you came to
bumped into a bump.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my...
Take it down. This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes, a merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
Now you see what I can do!
Don't suffer in silence.
It's weakened. Rain down. Do it. Eon, astral energy.
There it is. When there's no AoE to do.
Radiant light! Take this! Regeneration! Regenerate! Okay, here I go.
Here come more!
We'll just have to keep fighting. It would appear
Leave the enemy's arms to me.
No place here!
Now mine.
Bloody howling!
As impressive as always.
here I hope
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
Wow, that freaking fire tornado. Holy shit. You gonna revive me or what? Holy fuck.
They're all coming after me.
I'm coming, Redwell.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem. You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Don't mind if I do.
Flew away!
One more time.
You're finished! Double Phoenix Bang!
Wow. I did not think that was gonna reach me there.
attack without mercy.
Because I can't afford to hesitate.
Not against a worthy opponent.
You fight better at a distance.
The further away, the better.
You and I both.
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. And I'll try to do my
I can't ignore your pain. Oh shit, that's a meteor.
Here I go. In here.
I'll smash you!
It looks like you
Time
got
to let it rip!
I'm out of ammo.
When am I gonna actually fight the boss instead of waves of ads?
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Shine! Radiant light!
Thank you. Go home.
I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on.
Oh shit, no. I got stuck on the thing's arm.
Got it. Now's our chance. Freeze, do it. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Here's a healing art. First aid.
Regenerate!
It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone!
Wow. It just one-shot the whole fucking party. Except for Rinwell. Because she had a few extra 100 HP. I don't have any life elixirs or anything.
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't... Retreat, not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
Thanks so much.
I'll bring you back. How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. Just watch and learn.
Oops.
That's enough!
I mean, I had to do that, but I was trying to change character.
Go back down!
That's the whole fight? Just a few waves of ads? And let's go the achievement for beating it. You don't even fight it? That's kind of lame. Kind of figured it would be a few ad waves and then I'd knock him down
Everyone
and then
okay?
be able to hit his hands and face or
Yeah,
something.
I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
Hey, Boomer. I beat the ads boss. I did. Yeah, like, that was kind of lame. I kind of figured that, you know, after I beat a few waves of ads, you would do a cinematic attack like that and knock him down. So, you know, maybe he's a bit lower and you can hit his face or something while he's dealing with you on the ground. I don't know. But, no. There's Incineration Wave. Fucking finally. I think that's like the best flaming ground attack or something. Faster Flaming Edge Charge, I do want that. Flaming Edge Burst. Yeah, I kind of want all of these Flaming Edge things. The other thing with the Flaming Edge things is that they really cost a lot. Like SP-wise, sorry, CP-wise, they cost a lot.
I've been doing really great lately.
Can I use the healing point again? Guess not. Oh yeah, we did a bit of fishing at the start of stream, Boomer. And, I don't know if you read Discord, but I managed to beat that, like, level 60 slug boss at, like, level 42 or 40... Actually, it was, like, 44, I think. And, it took, like, 45 minutes or some shit. It was fucking stupid. It was a slow, sandbaggy fight. And I went through like 13 orange gels and 15 life potions and 1 elixir and like all of my peach gels and lemon gels. I didn't want to use like non-vendor items, basically. Took so fucking long to kill it.
Hey, is that it over there?
There it is. Hey, there's a merchant here. What do you know? Speaking of. Life bottles. Because I kept forgetting to buy more. The monster at the top of the tower? No, I tried. So last night, I ended up playing for like an extra 4 or 5 hours after stream. I was cleaning up side quests and whatnot, did a little bit of grinding at the same time. And the tower was actually one of the first quests I tried to do. And I got up there and I got into a fight with the boss. But the boss so like between each ad wave, it slams the tower and just hits everyone for a few thousand damage. So it just one shot. Like the first time it did it, it brought everyone to 1 HP, which is their like survive 1 fatal blow thing. And then the second time it did it, it just killed the entire party. So I'm assuming it's more of a stat check. Like you just have to be... I'm assuming that boss will be much like the boss that I just fought. After you beat a handful of waves of enemies, the boss just dies. I'm assuming anyway. Because I had the same thing with the off-screen unattackable boss that has question mark HP. That summoned waves of ads. I imagine if I was at level 50, I probably wouldn't die to that AoE because higher level damage calculation. And maybe it would be fine. How can people survive in a volcano? You can survive for a pretty short time near like volcanic areas, but like the gases are pretty poisonous as far as I'm aware, and it's really hot. Like heat stroke is a serious problem, obviously. You could not be inside a volcano. You would not last. Because it would be like fucking 100 degrees in there, you know? Like you'd just fucking die. But outside of the volcano, like around molten uh rock, lava, whatever, it would be really hot, but for a short period of time you would be able to survive. Orange gel. Alright, I should buy like 6 of them. I don't want to buy too many because I'll run out of money. Not that I'm short on money. I actually have a lot of money. But I don't want to have none. Because I used almost all of them on that boss. I mean the slug boss. Alright, so I could totally craft that too. But let's see. Cursed Claw, Chameleon Hide. I wonder where you get those. Hey, Kelvin. Toxic gas is a boring game mechanic. Toxic gases, like inside the volcano, you mean? Like, certainly wouldn't last very long in there. Like, even at like 50 degrees, you don't last long. You're not going to last very long. If it's like 50 degrees out, you can't just like stay out in that heat. Like, heat stroke is a definite thing. But yeah, like, there's plenty of toxic gases around volcanoes. I don't know if there's anything, I don't know if it's actually worth me crafting all of the weapons. Like, is there any benefit to crafting the weapons other than just getting the elemental bonuses for, like, min-maxing? It's kind of expensive to do it. Hey, the farm fence. I'm not going to use that. That's really, really shit. They have, like, crazy penetration. The farm equipment has, like, insane penetration. Yeah, there was, like, achievements or whatever to craft, like, you know, multiple different weapons, and, like, there's an achievement, not an achievement, a quest for Runewell to, like, make all the best, like, all these different elemental books. But now, I'm just like, is it actually worth it? She has the best. That shield is so fucking dumb. Look at this shit. It's so huge. So is this one. You can't even see her behind it. Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's like a thing to craft a certain amount of different weapons earlier on, and I was like, oh, I probably should get into the habit of it. It would be useful if I really exploited, like, you know, this one enhances fire damage. So, like, if you were going all in on a, like, flame attack, mega charge, whatever, using this one to boost flame damage and an accessory to boost flame damage would probably go a very long way. I don't know how much it enhances them, though, but I imagine if you really wanted to min-max his damage, you would use that one. Actually, one of his titles was to craft this one specifically. But I mean, it worked out because it was the best one for me at the time anyway. Oh, wait, is there? Oh, shit. Is there any new armor? No, this is all old shit. Reduces spell casting time. That's a big one. Mysterious Fragment. So I haven't encountered those yet. Revival chance. I imagine the stamina ring could be useful. Good flame accessory and plus and an incineration edge. Yeah, well, I just got incineration edge. I don't have an accessory to... I guess you would just have to get like an element... Do you mean like an elemental attack accessory with plus fire damage? Let's see, water damage, plus 15%. But you'd want it to be like a grade 4 or grade 5 plus fire damage. You want it to be like a fire damage L, you know? And, for that... Oh wait, hang on, that's level 3 still. Because, like, you've got your, hang on, where is one that actually has a... Back here. Oh wait, hang on, the CP cost minus 10% is still, at level 5, it's still only 10%. Okay, because, the one that... So I've got CP cost minus 10% on the one that, Shion's using, but it is, it's like level 4 or level 3, I think? So I guess it doesn't matter what slot it's on. Move the skills to a new... Wait, what do you mean? Move the skills to a new accessory while maxing out the accessory. I don't know what you mean by that. Because, like... Oh, transfer skill. I just haven't used this before. Did I just literally never... I just never opened this menu. Man. That's how blind I am. But that's how much I have. I just haven't fucked around with accessories, to be honest. I did, like... I've crafted accessories and enhanced them to have all their traits unlocked, but I never went into this menu. Just, full blinded it, I guess. So let's have a look at this. Sacrificing an accessory, you can transfer one bonus skill to a different accessory. However, this can only be done if the accessory to be sacrificed has reached its max level. Repeat this process to forge the ultimate accessory. So, like, hang on, let's, Mystic Crest with casting time -5 and -5. I didn't realize I picked one of those up. I should put that on her. She's got elemental attack plus, but I feel like casting time would be better. This is how you get OP. So, like, how exactly... Let's go with her warrior emblem. So Wait, so if I choose this one, I'm sacrificing this one to put into it? The main skill you can't change, but the new skills, I mean, let's go... I mean, hang on, let's just craft a new... attack plus. So, like, does it matter what I, put in it? Like, I don't need to use level 5s, I guess? Does the accessory, like, say, if I'm transferring to this level 4 accessory, does this only have 3 slots? And, I would need, like, a 5-slot accessory to get a good, like, OP accessory? Or can I start with a level 2 over here, the level 3, and still get those 2 extra slots? Base accessory max slot. So you want a base accessory with 5 slots. So I want to get a warrior emblem, but I don't have any grade 5 ones. So I would want to get some grade 5 Brimors. Or I guess I'd probably, to make an OP one for Alphen, I'd probably want a magic emblem, right? Magic emblem with plus fire damage. So I would want to get a grade 5 there to have the extra slots. Where is one that has a... Yeah, so up to level 5, they can have 4 slots. Interesting. Yeah, so you can only get 1 skill from each one. Interesting. I'm not going to fuck around with that right now. I kind of wish I'd learned about this earlier. But that's just me being blind. I just never went into that menu, I guess. I just never did. I made accessories sometimes and I checked out what was new, but because it didn't seem worthwhile to fuck around with the RNG of traits, I thought it was just like trying to find the perfect gem. But,
You can never be too prepared. But did we have...
Yes, we did have to spend that much. Stop complaining.
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This
Yeah.
is it. This is...
I imagine you would want to just have access to the like best ore farming locations, because I don't think I've ever seen a grade 5 brim ore. If I went to a low level area to get a brim ore, it would be like, you know, level 2 or 3 at best. So I'm guessing you just did it at the end of the game.
the ship I traveled in when I
Or
escaped
post-game
from
even.
Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
Not going in with him?
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
Oh no. With the core removed, she's losing energy. It's the Calnus.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana, I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Xion?
All right, here we go.
Where'd
Prepare for
Xion
some
go? How could
serious
she just
cringe.
go up?
This is gonna be some peak cringe.
Xion. Xion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissalma was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissalma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
Told you.
But that's too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Elfin?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Elfin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen! We can fight this! We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Holy shit, that was pretty much exactly what I expected. Pretty much exactly what I expected out of it. And now I have to do a heart-to-heart with fucking everyone. Oh my god. It never ends.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her
That was
thorns
already
were wild,
established, though.
They contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, Who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
Yeah, I have. People have been talking about it on every fucking Discord that I'm in, and I kinda called it, to be honest. I mean, not that I'm the only one who had figured as much. Like, Atlas only had a temporary exclusivity for SMT5 on the Switch that expired ages ago. And the trend has been that they've been re-releasing their games on multi-platform in recent years. So, and SMT5 did really well, so like, there's really no reason for them to not release a multi-platform. So I kind of figured that they were just waiting until they were doing a complete edition or something to just set, when they make the package deal, to just put it on everything. That was my expectation, but I just didn't, I didn't want to get my hopes up about anything because, they could just not. Still just Japanese company. You never really know. But, yeah, people have been talking about it and asking for it for a long time, and the exclusivity period ended ages ago now. The likelihood of them doing it was very, very high. That's just how it be. Yeah. Is it just like base game but with extra campaign in it or something? Or is it like, actually like a different story entirely? I thought it was just like the base game with an extra campaign. Like the Persona 4 Golden thing, where it's just got like a little side thing where they have a new character, the new girl TM. And yeah, they did it with Soul Hackers as well. What I would actually like is a 4 Apocalypse, or a 4 in general port. That would be great. I think that's less likely to happen though. Like the DS games just very rarely get ported. I don't know why, really. I know there's the excuse of, oh, 2 screens, but not really, because the second screen is usually just menus, and in this case, it's just menus. You would just have them gated behind, pressing the menu button instead of always being present on the bottom screen. But yes, I have indeed heard the news. I'm pleased, of course. It's going to be like 2 months away or something, right? What date is it actually? Is it like 2 months or 4 months or something? It's a few months away. I'll be very likely getting it on release, and I'll stream it, of course. I might like wait a few weeks or something to, see it that it works properly. It doesn't just like crash on PC endlessly or something like that. That would be very bad. But I will be definitely getting that one. I've been wanting to play SMT5 for a long time, which is no secret. Debating whether you should play it again. Well, I'll play it for you, so you don't have to. Playing SMT games is a pretty big undertaking. They tend to be pretty long games, and they're pretty difficult. Like, they're not like ultra fucking ball-bustingly hard or something, but, as far as JRPGs go, they are pretty tough, and they're a pretty big time investment. So, like, I can totally understand not wanting to play them again. That's like me with big CRPGs, like, I want to replay Dragon Age at some point, but man, Dragon Age is a big game. It's a big game, and it's pretty hard too, or at least it is in some parts. It's pretty hard. So, like, going back and replaying it is like, that's a big undertaking.
How you holding up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to hold off on buying it because I'm unsure if I think it's going to be good or something. I just want to make sure that it runs properly. Because on launch, you know how it is with games nowadays. A lot of the time when they get released, they'll need like a, week 1, day 1 patches or whatever to not crash or whatever. Like, this happens way too frequently. So I just want to, make sure it's working right. And then when it's done, when I know it's good, then I'm absolutely picking it up. Unless, of course, someone wants to request it forehead. But, yeah, I'll be picking it up regardless. Oh, I see. Interesting. How exactly does the new content for it work, though? I mean, obviously you haven't played it, but I mean, I haven't played the other ones, which had those Persona games that had something similar. Was it just like a secondary storyline that's followed alongside the main storyline? Or is it kind of like you choose one or the other? It asks blue pill and red pill when you make a new game. Oh, okay, so like it's a totally different main scenario? And you actually do have to do it in a separate thing as like a side quest? So I thought in Persona 4, because obviously I didn't get that far in Persona 4, I played it for 3 days, and that means I haven't touched it. So, I thought it was more like the new content was like this thing that just ran kind of on the side. That kind of came into fruition towards the end, but you still played the same main story. It's just that along the main story, you occasionally stepped off to do side story stuff. Oh, I see. So if you play the new stuff, does it still have basically the same main story with the extra content? So like Radiant Historia had something like this as well. The 3DS version of Radiant Historia, that it added a bunch of new content, and you can choose from the start if you want it to be woven into the main story. So the main story is still exactly the same, as far as I can tell in the Radiant Historia one. But there is like new content which is kind of woven into it. But if you choose to not do that, you unlock it all later, and you can just choose to optionally do it basically at the end of the game. I didn't do much of it. I did a little bit. I didn't like do a full 100% playthrough this time, like when I first played the game. So I'm kind of curious, just like how it's gonna be like, because if it's like a full like overhaul of the main story, like changes everything heavily, kind of thing, that's a big deal. I kind of figured it was just like an extra campaign that was on the side, like a big story heavy. You know, like how like Labyrinth of Amala in SMT3, how it's kind of woven into the story and it's very hefty and adds a lot of gameplay, but you just periodically kind of jump off to do Amala stuff. But in the base game, it's just not there, and it adds a lot of context and story, and gameplay. But if you remove it, the main story still remains exactly the same. A new unique skill system, interesting. Well, we'll see. That kind of stuff I'm not as interested in. I mean, I am interested in, obviously, but I just mean I'm curious about the storyline, if it's going to be impacted very much. Because it seems to me the trend is to have the same main story, but having new content woven into it. That seems to be the Atlus way. Because that's how it was with a couple of games that I've played now. So I'm kind of curious. But yes, so you can rest assured that I will be playing it on stream when I get my hands on it. I'll wait for it to come out. What date is it again? Hang on. SMP5 PC release date. Was announced to be released on June. So we've got 4 months, essentially. Like, right on 4 months until it gets released. And I will be just waiting a week or two just to ensure, you know, that it's not Crash Central, you know, like No Man's Sky or some bullshit. And then I'll be picking it up and I'll be playing it on stream. So hopefully there are no issues, because I look forward to playing it. This is still in a tumultuous time for me. I'm going to be probably moving in the near future. But this is going to be like, I know I move frequently, that's just a thing that I do. But this is just a bigger move, most likely. What the? Oh, right, I see. 1 second, I need to do something. Windows sounds. Windows sounds. forgot to do this earlier. I do look forward to finally being able to play it though. I did mess around with it a little bit in emulator, but not very much. I'm looking forward to being able to play it. I know a few people have wanted me to play it because I have already played a bunch of SMT games on stream, and a few people have wanted me to, you know, play SMT5 because it's, you know, I've already played heaps of the other ones, and I do like the SMT games. I'm curious how it'll go as well. Apparently 5, like from what I can tell, and from what I've heard, 5 is pretty tough compared to the earlier ones. Like, 4 is definitely way harder than 3, and apparently 5 is a step up from 4. Like, 4 is way fucking harder than 3. And apparently 5 is a bit of a step up. I don't have to play at 20 FPS, yeah. Imagine that. I wonder if it's going to be like locked to 30 FPS or something. The optional stuff fucked you up. Yeah, it looks pretty hard. Like, I've watched a few people play through that game now, and some of it looks pretty fucking hard. I think the big thing, though, is the buff durations and spells being so fucking expensive. Because, that's the thing that catches me, is like, spells are really expensive in SMT5, and you can't just like have 500 chakra drops. You can only carry like, you know, 5 to 10 of each consumable, and the good ones, the full heal ones, you can carry like 1. It's the same as in SMT4. So in SMT4 I had the same problem. It's like, but they didn't have the problem of buffs only being single target and only lasting 3 turns. So like, that really chews your MP like crazy. You just have to be really good at managing it, or you just have to have like, I was going to say have meditation on everyone, but you can't have meditation on everyone. You have to have like an MP drain on just about everyone to compensate for it. A lot easier late game? Really? Well, I guess high expectations then, Lozo. The, yeah, I didn't get very far. I got up to, I don't know her name. There's some crazy magic lady that's paired with evil President Man. I beat her. That's as far as I got. Which is not that far. And at that point still, it was very much the case of, like, I've got decent elemental coverage, but my biggest problem is that every time I fight a boss, like, I really do run out of MP, and I just don't, like, you don't have restorators. You can't carry very many of them. They're costly. And they, like, I mean, there's a lot of things that I do like about what they put in, like, the whole addition of items that can null elements and, you know, minor things, other, you know, like attack mirrors are great, right? Except they're extraordinarily rare, but there's also, like, light versions of those to null elements and all that kind of good shit. That's great. But those things are very limited in how many you can carry at a time, not how many you can get. 5-story is lacking. I mean, it's SMT. I think the only SMT game, mainline, that I've played that has like a kind of fleshed out story would be 4 Apocalypse. Most of the time, the story is kind of just context for why there's a demon invasion.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
I was better than 4 for managing MP. Interesting. Yes, Kasara is the protector here. She should have been the one to get all up close and personal with Shion. That would have made this way better.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Aramasa, or whatever it's called, that like 6-hit slash attack. That one is pretty busted, yeah, as far as I can tell. I'm not sure what kind of build I would go for, but I'll worry about that when I get there. I'd probably coin flip it, to be honest.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Rinwell? Respecking, that would be nice. I would imagine it would be pretty costly though. Otherwise it'd be a little bit OP, right? Because you'd just be like, this boss is weak to this boss is weak to magic. All right, I'm just gonna go full pure mage build, and then this next boss has no elemental weaknesses. I'm just gonna go pure physical build. Although I guess, like, you know, obviously you can't just change your skills. You'd only be changing your stats. But you don't need a wide range of skills for physical. You could just hold on to it. Oh really? I didn't know you could do that in the original. But I mean, I didn't look into it too much. I don't want to delve too deep though, to be honest. Like, it's still a ways off, and obviously I'm not going to be just like immediately jumping into it like day one or something like that. Left the magic to the demons. I usually do physical first and then magical second, I think. Actually, no, I think I've probably done more magical first, now that I think about it. I did physical first at first, but I just like having that kind of coverage on a permanent party member, you know? When you've got the main character having a wide elemental coverage, you know that no matter what situation happens, you know that you've always got that thing, and that means that you can swap your demon out for something niche. Even if you don't, it's like, oh yeah, well, I mean, I'm swapping my mage out for this demon because it's really good, but it doesn't have as good elemental coverage or something. Like, it doesn't matter. If you have a main character that's mage, then you can do that, and you're not like worrying about it. But if all of your elemental coverage is on like 1 or 2 demons, then it's hard to. It makes it harder to fuse your demons forward, I guess. Well, that's less of an issue in 4 and 5, though. It's a non-issue in 4.
Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the Blazing Sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became 2, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shionne.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shionne. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Dahnans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
Oh, oops.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go.
Then
We
let's
depart
go.
for Lenegis.
So is there a point of no return in this game? I'm assuming Lenegis is like the final area, but like there's probably a fair bit to Lenegis. It won't be one short dungeon or something. And I'm assuming that there is some kind of point of no return just because most of these games are like that. Although, like, if you look at Star Ocean games, they don't usually have a point of... Oh, actually, no. The first one does have a point of no return. I think usually you can actually go all the way up to the final boss door and just leave. It doesn't actually lock you in there. I mean, it's a long walk, but you could usually just leave. There unlocks in Star Ocean 4, it unlocks a shortcut. Once you reach the final boss, you can actually teleport out and back in. Right before the final boss. I see. So at any point, I can just, like, leave. I can just open up the thing and fast travel out of, Lenegis and come back here and do whatever. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's the library quest. I don't know what it actually wants. It's like some ultimate book, but I don't know what the ultimate book is. Alright, that's good to know then. Alright, before I actually... Oh, hang on, let me just... Oh, whatever, I'll cook. I'll cook.
Why are you staring at me?
Oh, we thought we'd turn the tables and critique your appearance for a change.
When do they
Not
critique
fair
her?
if we're the only ones subjected to it.
Why would they critique anyone's... What? What? Are they normally judging Kisara's clothing? Yeah, here it is. Oh, wait, no, Sushi. So Sushi is the EXP Boost L, but it takes tuna, which I haven't caught any of. How many cutscenes? A lot of fucking cutscenes in this game in general. But, oh, actually 5 minutes too, that sucks. Shit, son.
Thanks for waiting. Eat as much as you like.
She's all about that fish. Oh, we got some cringe. What flavor of cringe are we getting today? Let's go with Kisara.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
We're getting some cringe.
Thinking some more about how to realize your ideals?
No. Actually, I've been trying not to obsess about it as much as before. I find when I think too much about my ideals, I get hung up on the reality of things and lose sight of what's really important. I know what it's like to go hungry, to lose your family. That should be reason enough to fight for a better society, so nobody else has to. Sorry about that.
Even thinking about things will make you hungry after a while. You wait here. I'll go whip something up for you.
Thanks for the food.
What's so funny?
Nothing. Just impressed at how good of a cook you've become.
Well, we've been on this journey for a while now, so I've had more than a few opportunities to hone my skills.
Yeah, and now I have a good meal in me. There's a simple kind of happiness that comes with that, you know? One that's more powerful and convincing than complicated logic can be.
That reminds me of something Law said, about how talking too much doesn't put food in people's stomachs.
That sounds like Law. But it's true nonetheless. When you get down to it, all you really need is enough food to keep you full and to be surrounded by people you love. Everything else comes second.
Speaking of people you love, I haven't heard you talk about Miguel much lately.
Wow, okay. Way to make me feel like the worst sister ever. But you're right, I haven't. If I'm honest, I think it's because I finally found other people I love just as much. Whatever kind of society we end up having after this, it needs to be a place where I know you all can be happy. That's my starting point for now.
Wow.
Don't worry. Once I finish folding these clothes, I'll go to sleep.
I don't think that sounds like, for the most part, in their casual conversations, I don't think it sounds like they are
Let's stay safe today.
over or underacting. I specifically fucking hate overacting. Overacting is the most cringe shit ever. So when they're like having a casual conversation and they're like going all out, like it's in the middle of a battle, they're yelling at each other, it's like, dude, calm the fuck down. It doesn't matter if it's a tense situation. If you're casually talking, you're probably not going to raise your voice. You're going to be using your inside voice. Unless you're like arguing with someone or you are fighting, you are not going to be yelling. And you're probably not going to be talking really fast. You're probably just going to be casually talking like I am right now. Most people are not going to raise their voice unless it's a pretty fucking intense situation. Overacting is so bad. And that's why I usually hate Japanese voice acting, because overacting is staple. It's staple, and it hurts my soul. Anyway, I'm gonna get a coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. Off to cutscene hell, and away we go. I'm kind of curious just how much cutscene there is there.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Yes.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
Really? We're gonna let the child name it that shit?
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
You didn't even ask Alphen.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shionne's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
Let's go. Tales of Star Ocean time. Yeah, we're finally hitting the sci-fi. It's like in the Star Ocean games how they always start as a sci-fi game. So for like 15 minutes it's a sci-fi game until you crash land on a medieval fantasy planet, and then you will spend, which is always Rogue, and then you will spend the next 50 hours on medieval fantasy planet, only for it to go sci-fi again in the last 2 hours. Star Ocean 4 was a bit better for it though. Like, you actually do jump into sci-fi occasionally, but it's still 90% medieval
I can
fantasy.
still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
Don't
In that
worry, it's
case,
on auto.
she's all yours.
Hey Samuto, how's it going? Star Ocean 6 mainly medieval? Yeah. It's yeah, so I didn't. Have you played? I know I've asked before, but have you played many Star Ocean games, Vima? Because they're all kind of like the same in that regard. Like, it's 90% medieval fantasy. Like in Star Ocean 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't know about 5, but in 1, 2, 3, and 4, they all start kind of the same way. You are Future Man on Future Man's spaceship, and you crash onto, or like for whatever reason you are forced onto Rogue or some other. I think it's usually Rogue. It's not always Rogue though. In 4 it's Eos, but then you end up spending tons of time on Rogue. Like, you crash onto some medieval fantasy planet, and suddenly all of your sci-fi tech is made obsolete for whatever reason, and you just spend like almost all the game on that planet. Most don't like 5. Yeah, I've heard 5 is In 5, you are the caveman. Really? You're the caveman that meets the spaceman. Interesting. So, I haven't played 5. I don't know anything about it. All I ever hear is that people don't really like it. Apparently, it's not as good because they like... It's like, for me, 4 is the best of the ones I played. Easily. It's like not even a contest. Because the gameplay is so much better. Because it has, like, fun ability chaining and blindsiding. And you have a pretty good amount of, like, fuckery with comboing skills to juggle enemies and the rage system and all that. To have a good fun with it. I quite like 4's combat system. But apparently they removed blindsiding, I think, in 5. Elden Ring DLC comes out around the same month. Oh, I didn't realize they were coming out at the same time. Interesting. Honestly, I don't think SMT5 and Elden Ring are going to have that much competition with each other. I think the people... I mean, I guess actually Elden Ring DLC is effectively competition for fucking everything because it's just so huge. But like... Yeah, I don't know. Those are very, very different. Those are very, very different games. This group is here and this group is here. Like, obviously there's crossover. Like, I am interested in both of them, obviously. But, like, I feel like, you know, the JRPG fans and the action RPG fans, like the regular action game in general, there's not a whole lot of crossover. I think, like, this is usually where the crossover is going to be, if anywhere. Because, like, the JRPG fans are mostly going to be into the super anime action RPGs, rather than all of the other ones, which are not very anime. Like, Dark Souls is not anime, and most action RPGs are not Japanese. At least I don't think they are.
Everything okay?
I think I've played more non-Japanese action RPGs than I have Japanese action RPGs. Maybe not. Maybe I have, because I guess I've played a lot of like random one-offs, so it might be kind of close. But like all the big action RPG titles are non-Japanese developers. Like they're from all over the place, but yeah, like you get like obviously there's like big ones like Witcher. For example, the Witcher franchise. Those are all good action RPGs. But they are very not anime. They are very not anime. And I don't think there's a lot of crossover with your Final Fantasy fans and your Witcher fans, you know?
You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately.
Well, actually, maybe
Well, because
Final
I
Fantasy
This must
isn't
feel
the
like a
best.
home.
Maybe Final Fantasy isn't the best example, because Final Fantasy is also just so massive. It's kind of like Elden Ring, where like even people who don't normally play JRPGs would have played some Final Fantasy games. I mean, okay, maybe like I don't know, Persona or Dragon Quest, you know? Always comparing them. Yeah, I mean, wait, Final Fantasy 15 has literally fucking nothing in common with Witcher. Nothing. Final Fantasy 15 is barely even a hack and slash. It is an action RPG because it does have action combat, but holy fuck. The combat has zero in common. It's barely a hack and slash. People think Zelda's an RPG. Yeah. Well, I mean, some of the Zelda games are RPGs, though. Zelda 2's an RPG. Zelda 2 is just a full action RPG. And, like, isn't Breath of the Wild pretty heavy on RPG elements? But I haven't played Breath of the Wild. But there's not very many. Most of the Zelda games aren't RPGs, no. I haven't played all of them. JRPGs are their favorite genre, but they've never played a Final Fantasy? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but it's kind of weird. Like, usually if something is someone's favorite genre, they've played a lot of games within that genre. I haven't played enough Zelda games. I know some of them are RPGs. An adventure game with RPG elements. It has a lot of RPG elements though, but that's the thing, like, it has enough RPG elements for me to call it an RPG, but most Zelda games have no RPG elements. They have none. They just have, like, health. It's just that it's medieval fantasy, I guess, and most people really struggle to differentiate fantasy and RPG, and I think that's where it comes from. Because, like, the Zelda games, for the most part, the Zelda games don't have any RPG mechanics. There is no, like, stat system or leveling up or anything like that at all. They just have a fantasy setting, which of course is very common in RPGs. But hey, there are people that die on that hill, and whenever they ask, if I ever say that, because this has happened a few times where I've said Zelda isn't an RPG, and people have got real mad about it, and I'm just like, well, what RPG mechanics does it have? And usually they just angrily say, yeah, well, whatever, I think it's an RPG, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't answer the question, but whatever. I'm not going to argue with you about it. But it's like, if you role-play the character, yeah, if you want to role-play, but I mean, in that case, Call of Duty is an RPG. I really like to role-play as an American soldier when I play Call of Duty, and that makes it an RPG. But I mean, it's whatever, really. Mario is RPG. Some of them are. Mario, there are some really fucking good RPGs in the Mario franchise, dude. Paper Mario and SMRPG are legit, and Mario and Luigi, they are... I mean, I haven't played Mario and Luigi, but people will... they always say that it's great. But the Paper Mario and SMRPG games are fantastic RPGs, and apparently Mario and Luigi is just as good. You don't get into the role of Mario, no. I don't really like to roleplay as Mario either. There's some interesting ones, though, when people want to call things RPGs. Anyway, getting a little sidetracked. I feel like most people who are, like, big into JRPGs, because there's so many of them, they predominantly play JRPGs. I'll exclude Final Fantasy, because Final Fantasy is kind of in the same boat as, like, I don't know, like fucking Grand Theft Auto or something. Something, like, really, really big, where just about everyone has played something from the franchise just by virtue of it being so big. Final Fantasy is kind of like that, you know. It's so big that even people who don't play JRPGs have probably played some... Like, that will be their one and only introduction to the series. So, I mean, like, people who predominantly play JRPGs probably don't have a lot of crossover with people who predominantly play, like, hack and slash games or games like Elden Ring. So, including those kinds of action RPGs, but Devil May Cry or Sekiro or any of those... non-anime action games. I mean, Devil May Cry is pretty fucking anime, to be fair, but you know what I mean. I doubt there's a huge crossover with those two groups. There would be some. There'll be some, of course. Final Fantasy was just kind of a bad example, because it's too big. This kind of goes back to the whole Elden Ring and SMT5 coming out at the same time thing. Like, Elden Ring isn't going to have competition for that time slot with SMT5, but SMT5 might have competition with Elden Ring, just because even though there wouldn't be a huge amount of crossover between the fan bases, Elden Ring is just so huge that it might just kind of vacuum shit in, that kind of thing. It's just so big, it is kind of its own entity at that point. If, like, I don't know, like Dragon's Dogma 2, if it came out at the same time, there probably wouldn't be that much competition with SMT. But if Dragon's Dogma 2 came out at the same time as Elden Ring, Dragon's Dogma 2 is doomed to fail. I mean, I guess the DLC of Elden Ring is not going to take very long for people to be done with, but a lot of people are going to be like replaying the game and all that at the same time. So big it flaps in the wind, yeah. Elden Ring is, like, the Souls franchise has kind of become really fucking big at this point. And Elden Ring especially, it's just, it's so popular. So, like, everything, even completely unrelated games, fucking Harvest Moon game will come out at the same time, and it's still going to be caught in the shadow. Just because, like, all of the news, everyone's talking about it, you know. A game you never played. It's worth playing. If you're into the Souls games, it's worth playing. It's not my favorite of the Souls games, I would say. But it is very, very good. I think the only thing for me... Like, Elden Ring is really good. It has very high highs. But it has a lot of shit in it as well. But that's mostly because the game is just... It's just so fucking big. You can't have a game that big and not have some garbage in it. Like, there are some pretty trashy bosses. And there are just some annoying areas that just aren't fun at all. I mean, it's just because, well, this game is so fucking big, some of it just isn't really gonna be that good. When you compare it to, like, the earlier Souls games, they're much smaller and more contained. There are some things that I might not personally really like, but I wouldn't really say are just bad. Like some of the bosses in Elden Ring are. But that being said, the highs in Elden Ring are excellent. Some of the zones in Elden Ring are the best in Souls, and some of the bosses are really, really cool. Hey Nara, how's it going? All of the bad stuff though is optional. All the stuff that I consider to be kind of bad in Elden Ring is all optional, and it's inconsequential. Because it's all like, just like no-name caves with shitty bosses or whatever, like the Plague Cave and shit. It's just like, meh. Yeah, Bloodborne is a PC release I want. That's never gonna fucking happen though. But that is the PC release that I want. But I'm doing alright now. Did you see the SMT5 news? I don't know how active on Discord you are, but people seem excited. Too bad you bought up a Switch. Yeah, it's added new content. I don't know, like, actually, that's something that I didn't ask. So if you already own the base version on Switch, is the Vengeance thing or whatever, is that like DLC? Or do you just have to buy a separate version of the game? How does that work? I didn't even ask about that, actually. Buy the game again, wow. I wonder how much it's going to cost, actually, because that's another thing. If it comes out and it's like fucking $100, I'm probably gonna wait. I'm gonna be upset, but I'm probably gonna wait for a sale. If it's that expensive, because like shit comes out expensive as hell here. If it's like a $70 US game when it comes out, I'm gonna be a little annoyed. Yeah, I mean, let's see. SMT5, PC, Steam. Because it's not, you just said it doesn't have a listing yet, right? 20 hours ago, SMT5 Vendors coming to PC. I wonder how much. I want to know how much it's going to cost. But yeah, I mean, when it if it comes out on Steam and it's really expensive, I'm probably gonna wait for it to go on sale. Because when games are expensive here, they're like $100. I can't justify paying $100 for a game. I'm sorry. How much is Persona 3? Let's see. Persona 3 Reload on Steam. It is $108. Holy fuck. That is expensive. How much is it US? Yeah, I mean, SMT3 was not... yeah, I'm not getting Game Pass. SMT... Like, this is definitely one that I'm going to want to own. SMT3... I think is usually like $70 or $80 full price. I think it was like $70 or $80 for me when it came out. I was like, I want that, but I'm not going to pay that much for it. And I was going to just get it on sale, and it went on sale, and then it ended up getting gifted to me when it went on sale. I was like, it went on sale for a good amount. I was like, I'll buy. So basically, I was like, I'll buy it if it's under like $50 or something. I think it was like if it was like $40. I think I said. I don't remember what the threshold I set was. This is ages ago now. I was like, if it's under like $40 or $50 or whatever it was, I said, then I'll buy it. And it was on sale for like barely above it. And I was like, well, I guess I'm waiting for the next sale. It's a shame. Anyway, like a few hours later, like midstream, I had it gifted to me at the same time. And yeah, just worked out very well for me. If it's like over $100, or if it's like over $80, honestly, I'm probably not going to buy it day one. I'd wait for it to go on sale. That's expensive, man. That's really expensive for a game. Digital Premium, $99.99. Yeah. Reload Digital Deluxe, $80 American. That's fucking crazy, though. Like, how are people not, like, talking shit about that? Everyone's too busy. Oh, it's $70 US for the base. Okay. Like, how are people complaining about, that Quad A title, whatever the fuck it's called? Hang on a second. Should turn this into a just chatting stream. Where is it? That Ubisoft game. Skull and Bones, yeah. Quad A. $70. People are going ham on that one. Like, they don't care about Persona 3. A fucking HD re-release. I mean, it's a remake, right? It's not just a like an HD remaster or something. It's a remake of an old game. And it's fucking $80 US. That's crazy. But we'll see, though. We'll see what the price is for SMT5. Atlus is one of the most scummy companies out there. So it'll probably be expensive. Check out The Leverage game. The Leverage? Alright, I'll quickly look at it while I've got Steam open. What is this? The Leverage game. You learn realistic world-class management techniques. Leverage game is an updated online version of Leverage, the game of business. An authentic business board game developed by Action Coach 20 years ago. It's a business management board game? I'm not gonna lie, that sounds really boring. I wonder if you would actually get any kind of useful, check the cost? Oh, I didn't look. $1,500? Why is it $1,500? No reviews of this product. Similar to Stardew Valley. Well, I mean, I guess I'm not playing it. I mean, what's the point? Like, why would anyone pay that much for a shitty board game?
Coming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life. For as long as I can remember. They called it treatment. But in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Almost killed him. Hey, Cloud. Back to your old job. Nice. Well, you're always welcome here, Cloud. It's good to have you back full time, you know? I don't remember the last game I paid full price for. I mean, excluding, like, expansions for Final Fantasy XIV, I guess. Or I guess just Endwalker. I got Endwalker full price, but I mean, I don't really include expansions for MMOs, only because, like, you kind of, if you're playing the game, you kind of have to just get them. Dark Souls 2, I mean, I paid full price since before then, I think. Oh, since after that, I think. Let's see. I got Elden Ring on discount. I'm pretty sure, I got Talos Principle 2. I actually got it ahead of time because my brother wanted to play it. I think that might have been like a 10% discount or something though. If it wasn't, then Talos Principle was the last thing I got full price. But I think that was on like a 10 or a 20% discount. I still haven't actually played it, but I do have it there. What have I actually bought for myself in recent history that wasn't on sale? Because I rarely buy new games, and when I do buy games, there's usually old games that are on sale. It's very rare that I buy new games when they come out. So I think it might be... Like, I got Dark Souls 3 on release, no discount. I got Elden Ring on discount, because I couldn't, like, when it first came out, I didn't have a PC powerful enough to run it. So I didn't get that until way later. And I got that on discount. Yeah, I don't usually, like, if it's a game that I'm really interested in that comes out, I'll get it day one. But usually I'm just not that interested. Usually I want to wait a while, you know, let it get patched. But yeah, I don't know, like, it's been quite a while. The last game that I bought for myself on, not like on release, or not necessarily on release, but not discounted, was probably actually Dark Souls 3. Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Tales of, or Star Ocean, you get day one. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't care. Like, the game isn't gonna go anywhere. They're not gonna fucking run out of digital copies. The other time they run out of digital copies is if they're doing a giveaway or like a crazy discount, but only for a X amount of copies or something like that. That's the only time. Like, the game isn't going anywhere. You know, the game is not gonna disappear. I would rather wait. And I also just simply don't like buying things if I'm already playing something else. Like, if I'm in the middle of playing a game, I'm not going to buy another game if I'm in the middle of playing a game. Because I get a backlog and I never end up getting around to it. Either I drop the game I'm playing and start the new one and never get back to the first one, or I just kind of lose the motivation to play the second one because I already, you know, it's been a while now. The hype has died down. There are some exceptions. Like, if a game that I know I want to play goes on, like, you know, a 90% off or something, then I'll still buy it. But that's, like, only if it's a huge discount on a game that otherwise would be really expensive. But it's got to be a big fucking discount. It's got to be like a 70, 80. And if it's being discounted for 70, 80, that game is probably discounted frequently. So even then, I might even not get it. But that is rare. Like, it is very rare. And at the moment, I've still got a hell of a backlog for offline games. And I didn't even buy any of them. These are all being, like, non-requested but gifted games. So I still have a handful of games to go through. I installed Doom. I'm going to be playing through that one next. And then I'm not sure. My bad. No, I mean, like, I'm not talking about, like, a game that was gifted for a future request, Vince. I mean, like, I've been gifted a handful of games just as a gift. Not as a future request, not as for anything stream related. Just as a gift. And these are all great games that I really want to play. That's why they were gifted, because they're like, I've talked about wanting to play it. That kind of thing. And then they've been given to me as a result. And that's great. I mean, I can't really thank people enough for that kind of generosity. But, like, it's going to take me a long time to get through that backlog, because I only play a couple hours here and there off stream. So when I get gifted a big-ass game like Red Dead 2, that was a gift, it takes me a long fucking time to get through that game. It took me ages to get through Red Dead 2. And I've got a couple of other ones that are also big. Like, I've got Pillars of Eternity 2. I've got Pillars of Eternity 2 there. That's going to take me a long time to get through when I get started on that one. Like, I wanted to mix it up and not do another, like, RPG immediately after doing Dragon Quest Builders 2. Because the last few weeks I've been playing WoW Season of Discovery to give it a crack before starting the next game, and the next game is Doom. But yeah, it's just I just don't have that much time to play off stream. I mean, I could stream less and play more offline, but I'm sure that won't be everyone's preferred thing. Pacific Drive, sorry. Doom or Doom Eternal, both. So Doom, what was it, 2016? I'm doing that one first, and then Doom Eternal would be after that. I figured I should do them in that order because I think Eternal kind of polishes the mechanics of the first game. So I might as well, like, do them so I don't, like, go backwards in mechanics. Yeah, I've heard I've heard nothing but great things about both, so I'm looking forward to that. Doom looks really, really fun from what I've seen. Looks hard as fuck, actually. I watched a few people play it. I know some people. Actually, I have heard one complaint from more than one person about Doom Eternal, in that it seems to like make you swap weapons on the fly a lot, and some people don't like that. They kind of like to stick to their weapon of choice. But that's actually the only negative I've heard. Eternal's quite a bit harder. Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. Just too big on the levels? I don't mind that. I mean, maybe too big is too big, and I might not like it when I get there. But, yeah, it'd have to be pretty fucking huge. It'd have to be pretty fucking huge for that to bother me. But we shall see. I mean, I can stream some of it on Discord if people want to watch. As always, I'm actually happy to stream my offline games on Discord if people want to watch. It's just that, like, most of the time there isn't much interest in watching my offline games.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Alrighty then. Have a good one, Fox. Good luck at work. I mean, hopefully you don't need luck, but good luck nonetheless. Oh, these two are paired.
Alvin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
It's just wrong. It ain't natural. It ain't the natural way of things. RNG at work is the worst. I mean, I feel like a lot of jobs have a lot of RNG in them. I get the feeling that that thing is a terminal for like a shop or something.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
There's a lot of poop in there.
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know.
The Red Woman.
But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Alrighty then. This thing seems pretty fucking tiny.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
No, I don't have the DLC.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to...
I don't really want to do the DLC though at this point. Maybe in the future I'll get it so I can play it or something like that. But the game is already quite long, and I don't really want to extend that by a huge amount of time. Although I've also heard that the DLC isn't very good, so...
Hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dahna. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dahna even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Dahnan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
45 gig, that's pretty fucking huge for DLC.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis' infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So
Good
now
luck.
what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a Sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
The Forbidden Zone.
Beyond that wall line.
Beyond that wall. Alright, I thought it was gonna fuck with my party
It's a
setup.
city full of Renins. A capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less.
Yep, I can just still fast travel. There it is. Forbidden Zone sounds like a Sonic Sage. It does. It does. I would be surprised if there wasn't a place called Forbidden Zone in at least one Sonic game. 1 second. Just gonna turn the fan on. There's also a song. Hang on a second. The Misfits have a song called "The Forbidden Zone." I remember hearing that one a lot. Alright. Yes.
Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
That's right, Santo. That's right. That's what's in the Forbidden Zone. Cutscenes. Looks like some shit went down here.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
What are the odds?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
What does that sound?
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
Okay, Doe. Ex-girlfriend
So who's
troubles.
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Yes.
dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris House has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Okay. Whatever you say, old man. Three strawberries. That giant box for 3 fucking strawberries. It's like, Korean snack food packaging. Oh boy. New recipe.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Why'd he get suddenly so defensive? Everyone is wearing the exact same fucking outfit. This is a residential district. And everyone is wearing the exact same fucking outfit. It would make sense if it was like a business district and everyone was wearing suits. Because work. But like... This is not a business district.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
They keep saying, we don't know what happened to, what's his name? Vol, whatever, his body. But, like, you stabbed him, he collapsed onto the ground and died. They didn't show, as far as I can remember anyway, they didn't show anything like his body disappearing or something like that, or getting, like, whisked away by the Red Woman. He just got stabbed and died. Why do they keep saying we don't know what happened to his body? Maybe they did show it in the cutscene and I just don't remember it though, I guess, but like, it just seems weird. Certainly didn't make a big deal about it. But now they keep saying that they don't know what happened to the body.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renin homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron.
Volron, that's the one.
Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Did they leave the body? Yes. I guess so. How's it going, AJ? I mean, they never make a big deal about what they do with the body of anyone that they kill. At all. Like, it's the same. For all of the lords. Like, you just kill them, you stab them, and they die. Like, they don't have a fucking ceremony for it. You just kill them when they die. And there was the same with him. There was no different. Nothing different. And they didn't make a big deal about his body disappearing or getting, like, stolen. Yeah, like, I'm kind of curious where they're going with this. Obviously, I've got my my guesses, but they haven't really alluded to anything. But like, it's just they keep that particular point is weird. It's just they keep fucking harping on it. This is like the third or something time now where they're like, "What happened to the body?" It's like nothing. Like nothing happened to the body. What happened to any of the bodies? I didn't bury them. I just left them there and left. I left him on the ground and fucking went home. Didn't confirm he crapped his pants, no. We just stabbed a giant flaming sword through his chest and then let him collapse onto the ground in a smoldering pile with a giant burning hole in his chest. That's actually how it happened, by the way. You put a giant burning hole in his chest, and they made a point of showing, like, the fact that it was on fire and there was a hole in him. And then he collapsed onto the ground. Definitely survivable. But that's like how I've kind of done. I thought that's just like everyone at this point. They've all just like got killed. And then you just left them there. Like, this isn't any different to any other lords. I've killed like, what, 4 lords at this point? And it was all the same deal. They just killed them in battle and then left their body there. I didn't go bury him.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renins in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
This is going to be a lore dump section. There's probably going to be a couple hours of lore dumping. There was a cutscene, but not sure if I've seen it yet. What, in regards to his body? Because they didn't seem to make any kind of big deal about it when I killed him. They just keep saying that they don't know what happened to his body. What is with this stance? Why? That seems weird though. Why wouldn't they have shown it when I killed him? Maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe it did happen. Maybe he got whisked away by the red woman. Who knows?
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Okay. Biggest
I guess she
fangirl.
intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegus then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was.
It didn't actually show anything after that. Yeah, incoming retcon.
I shall refrain.
What? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Endless pride.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
No?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Because inferior beings.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Pardon me.
She seems well
Guess your
adjusted.
willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't
Ridiculous. Okay.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember
Shirley.
being quite
Stop calling me
surprised when the
Shirley.
word of Ganeth Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary, remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Cool. Better check the chests. Chest inspector coming through. Grape gel. That's like your mega potion, I think.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelegion, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
The
No
Forbidden
use standing
Zone.
around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
That guy just like popping into existence like that. There's like not even any chests around. Holy shit, there's a lot of
Doe?
cutscenes. A lot of short cutscenes. Oh, this is his
Zarya.
ex-girlfriend. Yeah, here we go.
Zarya? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But
Bitch,
let
shut
me
the
tell
fuck up.
you,
This is actually
haven't
so
changed-
dumb. This is actually so fucking dumb. Because his whole tragic backstory thing was even more fucking stupid. Literally kills someone in self-defense. Oh my god, you're a monster. How could you do this? Oh, this is so bad that it's giving him PTSD. And now a girl crying is enough to make him go berserk. That's his fucking backstory. And then this fucking clown here witnessed the entire thing. The guy that he killed going berserk and rushing him, despite the fact that Dohalim was insisting that he get the fuck away and, end the fight, don't want to kill him. And, nope. He has to be the tragic anime man. So that means he has to be blamed for this. And that means that every time that he's dealing with this, he has to be yelled at and he has to take it because it's so tragic. I just have to take it. I can't fight back. Yeah, just fuck right off with all of that absolute dog shit tier writing.
Either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
That's like the biggest insult to a Japanese character.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Motherfucker,
Each
you've
of us
killed
have our
dozens of people.
pasts.
You've killed hundreds of
I
people,
am
even.
no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
The cringe has been ramped up pretty fucking high. It's like every few minutes they put up the cringe by at least a 0.5, you know? Coffee and white gay sex made for Thursday, yes. That is correct. I can't even help them heal that child. Yeah, the cringe is getting exponentially worse. Which is impressive, really, because it was already so fucking cringe. Holy shit. It was already so bad. But now it's just somehow getting worse in the cringe factory. Just waiting on that gameplay. Gameplay waiting room. Walk a few steps, new cutscene. That was a long walk before a new cutscene, though, to be fair.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
Just all play violin. Because that's the most elegant instrument.
Mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait. Don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
Fuck off.
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
What do you say we
They're
check
so
back
stingy with the chests in this area. Why?
on the ranch?
Maybe you should check up on the ranch. Sheep. Wait, why did two of them... Why did they have more? Sheep meat. Let's get some more... You know what, let's go full horse this time. Oh, we got new weapons here. I think this might be... I mean, that's a big upgrade. That's an even bigger upgrade. These are fucking expensive. Megafauna bone, large demi-human talons, or dark mane. I'm guessing those are just in the next dungeon. These are some expensive fucking weapons. That shield actually looks kind of good, but it's like very out of place for the rest of her gear. Alright. Diamond gear. This is all so fucking expensive. And then apparently I have a shitload of money to, oh right, because I never sold all the stuff that I got from the quick fights and the fishing, so. Alright, I guess I can buy it. Diamond One Piece, that would not be comfortable, yeah. Diamond Mail. I mean, that is worth it, I guess, but I don't care that much. She actually has so much more, I guess that's elemental defense. I'm not sure what that is in the middle there. Even though I don't even use all the characters. They gotta get, like...
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
They're going to get, like, ultimate gear or whatever in chests, I'm sure. All the best gear is gonna come from chests.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Okay.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight. Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of
Not even a
Valencia.
conversation.
I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. Escape! Bloody point flash! This armor's too strong. Be my guest.
In a bind.
Frozen?
Hammer!
Gameplay! Yep.
Take it down! We'll soon see about that! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Here I
No!
go!
One more! Win!
Hey, drink
Point
it!
flash! Slice!
Take this! Do it!
Soaring light spear! Strut!
Kikara, frozen!
Hammer!
Juggle them so high into the air that I just can't fucking see him anymore.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and
You didn't see
slaves
their
we met
eyes?
back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Lustrous Astral Crystal. I'm glad to have a bit of a gameplay. Wow, look at that thing. It's Mantis. Grape gel. I could totally go for some coffee right now, but I don't want to get up and make another coffee. So these enemies are mid-40s by the looks. Like low to mid.
Your reflexes will not serve you well here. Can't get out of this! Megasonic thrust! Coming through!
You just made some? Well, send it my way.
Scarlet Inferno!
All the skits between as well, yeah, no thanks. I'm just not interested in this.
Radiant light! Megasonic thrust! My turn! Don't suffer in silence! Raining slash!
I'm just not interested. There's too fucking many of them. There's just too fucking many of them.
This should
They
come
don't
in
add
handy
anything
when
either.
crafting weapons.
Like, if they were less frequent, I would be happy to watch them. But there's like, every time you go into a new area, there's like 3. And then after every few battles, there's another one. And it's like, they're all just like these mundane interactions that really don't add anything.
Go no further!
It's Mantis again. Incineration Wave is pretty quick. I did not see how much damage that just did, but it was a lot.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help. Kisara, frozen.
Hammer!
Bonk. The Giga Bonk.
With this, I can become even stronger.
There's Mantid Claws. Indomitable Gargantuan.
Look at this. Sky is mine.
For my lord!
That'll bring you down.
Now you see what I can do!
My shield?
You want that one? Then you leave me no choice.
I see one, eh?
Mega Ray.
Raining slap! Destroy that! Radiant light! Regeneration! We're not finished! You back!
Stand back. I'll pick it up.
I mean, it hits pretty hard.
That's my cue.
Shut him down! You're mine! Not today! No escape! Don't suffer in pain! Not a chance! No escape! Wind! Void blast! Mirage! I'm not done! Shine! Radiant light! Save you! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Blah, blah, blah. When you actually control Rinwell and just spam magic, she says blah, blah, blah so fucking much. When I was doing their, like, advanced... sorry, not their advanced, their intermediate arenas. When I was doing their intermediate arenas, it was just, like, really slow. Like, they don't do very much damage. So it took a long time to actually do these fights solo. But spamming spells with her, she actually says blah, blah, blah so fucking much.
I think we're about to be real lucky.
It's a little bit ridiculous.
That enemy looks strong.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Now you'll learn!
Free from regret.
Here I come!
How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly? The water's of creation.
Burn it! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! Shine! Radiant light! Shattering! In a bind! Here I come!
Leaves the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the bubbly to you! It's over! Pierce this! Dance on the wind! Far enough! Enough! Render you! I'm ready! Bloody howling!
Seems about right to me.
They're dropping Grape Gel. There's the Dark Mains that I needed. Shortcake recipe. But is it strawberry shortcake?
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Nope. Force Mantis.
Radiant light! Here I go! Try harder! Now!
And again.
Blow away! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Don't suffer.
Time to cross blade! Struck! Ready! Take this! Not today!
Shattering of pieces.
No further! You're mine!
I'm in your debt.
How are you aggroed onto someone else right now? What is it weak to? Light, I guess.
Another incantation ruined.
The water
Take it.
Dance, immortal droplet.
Raining blast coming through. Ha!
A short stack recipe where you just like make a goblin.
Inferno! Shine, radiant light, force of regeneration. Radiant light, force of regeneration.
Get a recipe to make a goblin.
Blow away. Radiant
Sleep
blast.
now.
Incineration wave. Here I come. I'm ready.
And now, astral energy. Full throttle.
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Small victory, they say, after killing a mini boss that's one level lower than me.
No choice. Here I come. In a bind. No escape. Blow away.
Anything enormous. These ones can run rings around us.
Radiant blast. On your knees. Take this. For the flame inside me yearns to be let free. I'm ready.
Kisara frozen.
Hammer.
Magic is
Force of regeneration. Void blast.
Feel.
Regenerate. No further. Thanks. Void blast. Thanks. Hurrah.
This one's mine. The waters of
Killing wind. River.
astral energy.
Say no more.
Void Flash is so good.
Radiant light.
It's actually kind of ridiculous.
Try harder. Regenerate. Come. Void blast. Strike. Void blast.
Demons descend.
Flashing bang.
Do they? I didn't know. I know Japan absolutely fucking loves like cakes and like old European cake shop kind of thing. Apparently Japan fucking loves that kind of thing. So you can find like little bakeries that just make cakes and you can buy slices of cake. Apparently that's just like very common in Japan, which I think is actually pretty neat. But I didn't know about that until like a few years ago. Apparently it's just a thing though. I wonder how expensive it is though to buy like a nice slice of cake, you know? Because apparently like real dairy products are kind of expensive.
Wailing banshee of lightning.
Nicely done.
Hey, there's a Brightstone. I think Brightstone was what I wanted. At tier 5, I mean. So is it strawberry shortcake specifically? Or is it just like cakes in general?
Out of our way.
No further. You're not done. It's over. I'm going in. Engaging. Void blast. Strike. Armor won't sink. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Begin. You picked the wrong fight. Void blast.
Neon, astral energy.
Yes.
Go!
Now, take this. Void blast. Strike. Flame inside me yearns to be let free. I'm not done. Void blast. Hurrah! Not today. Fire support. Strike. Void blast. Strike.
Now,
Release it. Light burst forth.
radiant genesis.
Here I go.
Hold that. Radiant light. Severing wind. Void blast. Strike. Void blast.
Where are you going?
Dohalim,
Light burst forth.
radiant genesis.
Take this. In a bind.
Purity.
Severing wind. I'm ready. Chill.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I need to be stronger.
Nice.
Get lost!
Wow, dude.
You think that shield will save you?
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Don't suffer in silence. Slay! Far enough! Force flash! Allow me to help you.
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Nice. That got so many. Really? Fucking laser beaming me? From across the arena? $200 damage, still manages to fucking down him.
Everyone hanging in there?
Well, there you go. I did not know that about strawberry shortcake. I don't think I've ever actually had strawberry shortcake myself, though, honestly. Maybe I have. I've had heaps of different cakes over the years. It's just not really... I'm not really that big on cake, I guess. I like cheesecake. I don't know, I just don't really often get cake. Apparently in some places, though, cake is like this like super luxury thing because like dairy products are expensive, that kind of thing. Like in a place that doesn't have dairy farms, I imagine milk and cream and cheese and stuff like that would be really expensive. Like cheese, maybe not, because like cheese is easier to export. It's kind of hard to export milk because it doesn't exactly have a super long shelf life. Yeah, I can only imagine. I mean, baking in general has always been a huge thing culturally for France, so I'm not surprised that they would have very good bakeries. But yeah, like, I know in some places, like, cake and, like, baked goods, that kind of thing, kind of, like, super luxury delicacy type things because of the cost, I guess. But that is not the case here. Like, obviously a good cake is very nice, but you wouldn't be, like, paying out the arse for it or something compared to some other dessert thing. I don't know. So it's never really been this like pinnacle thing for me. I do like cake, I guess, but who knows? Maybe after this conversation, I should go to the nearest like cheesecake shop that they don't just do cheesecakes. It's just like a franchise that does cakes, and get myself something nice. Yeah, due to climate, and just it's not just like climate though. It's like a tiny country that has no farmland probably doesn't have a lot of like dairy production. They would need to get it imported. So like, yeah, that kind of thing doesn't come cheap. It's not like some things are easy to export, but some things really can't be exported because of spoilage. Not that you can't export like milk, you could freeze it, but it's not the same. Yeah, exactly that. Like real dairy products, not like
This must be it.
dehydrated
The
milk, that
entrance
kind
to
of
the
thing.
Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Like he just fucking knows how. So far, he's never been able to manually activate the sovereign power. It just happened when he got pissed off. You're endangering my girlfriend!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Yeah, probably.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden.
Why does it sound like
How
she's
have you
talking
been
into a
feeling?
walkie-talkie?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, It seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Can I actually warp here? So where's this taking me? Back to the entrance. The Forbidden Zone. Alright, so this is back, not at the entrance, but like this previous area. Oh, we got a heal point. Boss time. I haven't actually eaten in a while, too. Next time I get a warp point, I might, like a teleport spot, I might actually... Because the last one was back here. And it would be a long walk, because that, like, connects to here. And I would have to walk all the way through that whole area again. I want a warp spot so I can actually eat oyster nuggets. That sounds... you know what? I've only had oysters, like, once, and they were not good. But people fucking love oysters, so I feel like I should give them another crack at some point, but I just never get around to it. Yeah, I've never actually had mussels.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
She's mind controlled by the Red Woman.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
It's Deathclaw. Don't laser me, bro.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it
Obviously, she has a core now. No shit. It's weird. Why is that so weird? Tormented limbs.
Like that before?
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zuko, then we get some answers.
What is it weak to? Light, of course.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
They smite with blackened blade. Incineration wave.
Now that did pretty good damage.
In a bind,
Wide open.
it won't escape me. Shine, radiant light.
Incineration wave.
Dohalim!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis! I'll heal you all!
Shine, radiant light. Force of regeneration. Now you see what I can do.
Holy light! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Bring you down.
That move!
Here comes a big one.
Oh shit. I didn't realize the purple circle was also damaged. What's with them not getting knocked down by that sometimes?
Take this.
Almost impressed.
My prayers coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
No. Revive, man. Just fucking revive.
This is some punishment.
Ready and rip!
Oh, violence.
Try harder! Now! Negative gate!
Where are you going? Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Blah blah blah.
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning.
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Oh no, dude.
Dohalim!
Forgive me.
What is with anime and gut punches knocking people out like that? Like, it really hurts, but it's like always an instant KO when they gut punch people
Man, I thought
in
we were
anime shit.
goners. Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes.
Like, don't get me wrong, getting, like, punched in the gut like that fucking hurts, and it'll put you on the ground, but it's not going to knock you out. It would have to be, like, insanely fucking powerful to actually KO you from just getting hit in the gut, and it'll probably be from, like, shock or something. Like, just getting punched in the gut, it is going to fucking hurt, and it is going to floor you, but it's not going to, like, make you black out. Like, I can only imagine you would have to get hit pretty fucking hard in the gut to actually, like, make you black out entirely. Knock you out. Any hit that can instantly KO you would likely kill you. I guess. I mean, definitely could. I mean, I've definitely seen, especially with, like, sporting stuff, like football, like, people just getting, like, bam, blow to the head, they're out. But that could definitely kill people. But like I think getting like quickly and unexpectedly KO'd is not always like on the verge of instant death. But it's much more likely to happen if you get hit in the fucking head. Yeah, how's it going, Juice? Like, getting hit in the gut, like, especially in the liver or the kidney, will floor you for sure. And you could, like, pass out from, like, shock or pain or something, but, like, it would have to be, like, really... It would have to be a very strong hit. And in the case of the anime shit, it's always, like, a direct to, like, the abs gut punch kind of thing, right? It's just something that always strikes me as odd. Like, you never punch someone in the head to knock them out in anime. You always gut punch them.
Up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little
Oh,
safer.
yeah, definitely.
Don't you think?
I have been hit in the gut more than once, and it fucking hurts. Let alone direct, like, kidney or liver punch. There's a reason why those two are mentioned so much. It definitely drop you. I just mean, like, specifically knocking you out. It would have to be, like, okay, someone punches you in the kidney. It's going to really hurt. It's going to absolutely make you curl over and fold your knees. But, like, it's probably not going to knock you out. Like, it's going to be really fucking painful. It's just probably not going to knock you out from the pain. You'd have to be pretty fucking bad. I mean, maybe someone who, like, really has, like, a really low pain tolerance, I guess? Yeah, like, It's I cannot like. Apparently, getting shot in the gut is actually one of the most painful places to get shot. But like, I mean, all your organs are there. But like getting hit in the gut in general, anywhere in that general area, but especially the liver and kidneys, really hurts. I just mean it's not going to make your brain blue screen and just make you black out. Not usually. And man, if you were trying to like knock someone out, like as a I'm sorry, I have to knock you out, but you're my friend still kind of situation that apparently happens all the fucking time in anime. I feel like that's a pretty rough way to do it. That's a pretty rough way to do it, you know? Punching D's nuts, that's a pretty rough way to do it too. Kind of the same deal though. Someone hits you real hard in the balls, it's gonna hurt like crazy, probably not gonna pass out. Which actually reminds me, I saw, this is when I was in high school, some guy, I mean, it was hilarious because I fucking hated that guy. But he got hit in the balls, like I don't remember, I think someone like kicked him in the nuts or something. And he just like kind of hunched over forward and paused and then just threw up everywhere. He's just like, leans forward for like 5 seconds, says nothing, and then suddenly throws up everywhere. Stuck with me forever. Hilarious though. Fuck that guy. Hey Quake, how's it going? It's bringing the lurkers out, the getting hit in the balls story. Nice.
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
She's dead, yeah. She got gut punched too hard, dude.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzalik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnagan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much.
I don't know about without hurting her, dude.
Most grateful.
That would have, that wouldn't have been pleasant.
Team, right?
Plus, she probably got some shrapnel in her eyes. Like, she was holding a big metal ball right in front of her face, and then Shion shot it. It exploded it in her face. Shattered like glass.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah.
How many hours in? I'm not sure. I usually stream for 6 or 7 hours. And this is day 7. And then I've played like maybe like 8 hours off stream here and there.
It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
It's a long game.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Transformed her outfit as well.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony.
When will the anime cringe end? Find out on the next episode of K's Nun.
Of K's Nun. Boomer with the tier 3 resub. Thank you very much, Boomer. I imagine I'm pretty close to the end. Like, I'm probably gonna finish it tomorrow, I would guess. But, we shall see, I guess. I mean, I've got probably a shitload of cutscenes and one major dungeon. If I were to guess, just going by usual video game knowledge, I would say there's probably one major dungeon that's going to take a long time and a fuckload of cutscenes. And whatever post-game I choose to do, I guess. Because I wouldn't mind doing the optional dungeons, seeing what the bosses are like, that kind of thing. But I'm probably not probably, I'm not going to do all of it, but I probably will do some of it. Feature you didn't know you wanted. I think that kind of, I haven't actually used it, but that kind of thing is pretty nice if you don't play, like if you take a long time to play games. I generally on stream don't take a long time to play games because I'll play one game until I'm done with it. So usually most games are done in less than a week. It's like longer games take longer, but like usually I'm done with pretty much every game in less than a week. And in that time, like I'm not really gonna remember. I'm not gonna forget like major cutscenes and stuff that I would have to rewatch. But for a game that I was taking like months to play through, an hour here and there, I would absolutely abuse that system. I'd be like, wait a minute. There was something that happened here and I can't really remember.
Just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shionne's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
It's a primal.
Shionne's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes.
Let's zoom
and
in
their
now.
source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
That's kind of weird that she like RP walked like that and it just zoomed right in.
Soon, you
Why?
will very well learn the truth behind Shionne's thorns. As well as my own past, I have to be ready to face anything.
I'm in danger!
Whatever happens.
Whatever happens. Do I have the coffee? I don't have the coffee. I'm all out of coffee. Evil Blankovich with the raid though. How's it going, Wabon? How's the Mass Effect going? Wait, is this gonna like railroad me? I mean, you would be able to. I just don't have any in my cup right now. It's all there in the kitchen. Made friends with a giant bug, and soon to be off to Vermine. Oh, I see. Are you talking about the what is it called, Rachni or whatever they're called? lock me into cutscenes. Like, hang on, I'm just gonna
I just need a little time.
save. I can't warp here either, though. I'm assuming that I've got way more. Like, I've got way more. And after these cutscenes, I'll be fine to go back and do whatever I want. I have not point of no return myself yet. Friendly bug. It seemed kindly, you know?
Soon, I have to be ready to face anything.
Alright, you know what? I'm actually
Whatever
going to, the flashback cutscene things. I'm gonna go get myself something to sip on while we're going through cutscene hell. So I'll be back in just a moment. Alright. Might be a boss. Well, we'll see. The only way is
Determined
forward.
to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
I feel like I'm gonna be getting a lot of cutscene railroading. I just generally like to, you know, not be railroaded or locked into an area at the end of stream, you know? So if I know that I'm gonna get into a 2-hour-long cutscene hell where I can't leave the town until I'm done, I don't like ending at that point, you know? Wow, can I actually teleport? Yeah, I can still teleport. I don't know. But I save right there. Xenogears Disc 2? Really? Second half of the game? I mean, I guess... I'm assuming that you mean after beating Volran or whatever his name is. The Forbidden Zone. What's this? I'm assuming you mean after that point. But, like...
Hold up, you guys.
That is not the fucking halfway point of the
I
game.
want to look through that room over there.
That's like 80% done.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
Hang on a second. I want to see if we go this way first.
You should go through that room some
Nope,
more before we
can't.
move on.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that was yesterday that I did that. I'm already here. Like, sure, it unlocks some more optional stuff. But, like, it's not that much. It's still just...
This looks like some kind of research facility.
Took me
The
6 days to get
laboratory's
there,
secreted
and here
away
I
in
am
the Forbidden
already.
Zone. Why am I past being...
So unless there is, like, 15 hours of cutscenes ahead of me, it is not 50%, I mean, maybe 50% or 80% of the gameplay, whatever. But, like, unless there's, like, 15 hours of raw cutscene ahead of me, I would not count that as halfway. Although it definitely feels like a weird, like, turning point in the story where it's just like, okay, now suddenly a whole bunch of bullshit out of nowhere that no one's talked about.
surprised at this point.
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
I'm not talking about post-game, though. Like, post-game stuff, I'm sure there's tons of it. But I'm probably not going to do all the post-game. I'm just doing, Like, I've done most of the side... I've actually done all the side quests so far. I've actually done all the side quests so far, but I don't plan on doing literally all of it. I'm probably just gonna do, like, some of the optional stuff that's higher level, depending on time, you know? Time and motivation. And those trees loading their textures, depending on how far away from them I am.
I think I can make this work.
A lot of more modern games do that. I mean, I haven't played that many modern games, I guess. I find most of the time more modern games have far better story pacing. But, I mean, it depends on whether or not you're only playing anime games, I guess. Like, I find most of the time, more modern games have got way better pacing. But, I guess I, don't play that many modern games.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
Although, actually, I don't mean that it was, super speed rushing. I just mean that, like, it kind of just went from one objective to an entirely new objective, and then they were revealing all of this shit that could have been, like, kind of hinted at, maybe. They just, like, kind of dump a bunch of shit on you, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, magic is sentient, and there's another planet, the Sovereign's just this mystery guy that no one's ever heard of. For some reason, all of these people, we've just realized now, all these people that are from here have never actually been to their home planet, and there's a whole bunch of shit we don't know about, and we just have to accept this, because, oh, that's just part of Renan society. Like, they kind of just dumped all of that out of fucking nowhere, and none of that was, like, alluded to or anything. They just, like, hit this point. It's like, okay, you killed the last guy. Okay, now the story starts. It definitely feels like this weird halfway point in that regard. It kind of just took a turn, and then suddenly they just lore dump you. And it's like, okay, well, I guess we're just going for something else now. That's what it feels like to me.
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
That was fast.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the master cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
North America?
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided,
Yeah, for 10
the
years.
outgoing monarch
Great.
shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman? It's possible.
But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
He's going to actually give me the option.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign.
Okay. Yes. Wikipedia simulator. My topic to explore is exit terminal.
The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Hmm. Do I want to read all of these? Not really. Oh, I'm kind of curious about the mask, actually. Kind of awkward that they lore dump it like this. If you want the information about these, like, key plot points that they kind of glossed over. Oh yeah? Yeah, we're doing FF13 now. But cringy drama is why people like this shit, dude. They can't give you, like, actual plot. I just want to know what the deal with the red chick is. It's not going to be here, though. They'll actually talk about that one in the story. Oh, we got memory again. Memories. People happy.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try.
10% chance. Yeah, it's like playing D&D.
I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen. That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me.
So, hang on. So the mask didn't actually... The mask wasn't the cause of his immunity to pain. Selective immunity to pain. Whatever. That in itself is such a shitty plot point that they didn't even put 2 seconds of thought into. But anyway, that aside, it's nerve damage from extensive usage here, right? So it wasn't the mask masking the pain. It was nerve damage. He couldn't feel anything because his nerves were damaged. So why did he suddenly start feeling pain again when the mask broke off? And why can he feel literally anything if it's actually nerve damage? Time for bed? Rest well, Santo. Rest well. I gotta check these rooms. Probably chests.
Soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Motions! Like, dude, you could have put even a tiny little bit of extra thought into that and it would have been okay. Just a fucking tiny bit of extra thought. That's so fucking dumb. Man, I kind of need to actually, like, rest as well, though. Like, that's still the last rest. I need to eat. I have lost my buff. What the? Oh, there's a chest in that one. Drama better than logic? No. Heavy treat. I still don't have regular treats. I've used them all. I can buy them. I just haven't. Oh shit, it's this kind of thing again.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Come on.
Naori.
DMCA incoming?
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Ulma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Ulma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Hey Grieva, how's it going?
Naori. That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
Japan really does love gambling.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Okay. She's gonna go on a wild month-long Tinder bender when she gets rid of those thorns. Revitalize. Advanced healing art that restores all allies' HP. 80 CP. Fuck, that's expensive. That's really expensive. I mean, you could make like a super CP reduction accessory for her. It's just got like CP reduced by 10% on all 5 slots. I don't know, actually, can you do that? Like, can you just stack the exact same trait, just all CP reduction? And that would only cost 40? That's actually kind of funny. So you just hard spam that shit all day. I imagine the reduced art casting time during combos would be pretty valuable for her. Just because she would... I wonder what the ultimate ingredient is, by the way. Just because like she has like really quick, instant like 5-hit, 6-hit attacks. Like she's got like, with some of her grenades and whatnot, she can do a lot of hits straight away. And then just like, you know, chain that straight into a combo. What does this give me? Resilience. I'm just getting whatever on him at this point. Oh yeah, by the way, is this 5x3? Is that like the maximum without the DLC? Is that the max? Shion doesn't need it? Yeah. Get that AG recovery. Not that it really matters, I guess. 'Cause I actually don't really care. about my other character's attacks at this point. Cool. I don't think I really need to actually... you know, I'm just gonna fuck around with this later. Oh, I got a sword. Got some new good shit. Big upgrades too. Considerable upgrades. She didn't get a new gun though. She got new dress. No new gun. Forbidden Zone classified area? Alright. Dude, I just want a warp point already. Wait, can I actually warp? Like, am I free to go wherever I am? I mean, it's not like I really need any... I don't really have anything to do, like, off-stream or something, except fishing. Oh, there's another thing. I just want a warp point, though. Any items? But yeah, I've had, like, no fucking gameplay. I did that one volcano area, and that's it. It's just been cutscenes.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
So, actually, something that I'm a little curious about. If these magical doors can only be opened by the Sovereign, what about all the lab workers that clearly work in there and operate this machinery and do all the shit?
This is it.
How do they get in?
Time to see what
There's only been
secrets are
two
in store.
Sovereigns. Is this like that super high security underground area of the Springfield nuclear power plant? Go through like 20 security checks, eye scanners, all this hardcore shit. Then they get down there to the room at the back and there's like a shitty broken screen door and a stray cat inside.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Renna, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself. Reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
What? What the fuck kind of assumption is that? Fucking hell, man. This game.
Feeling
Red Woman. Wait, why are they missing a bunch of HP? Level 48, Doc.
particularly targeted.
It's no use, Elf. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting just here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Tempest, you're mine!
Mega Ray!
Running Slash! Inspiration Wave!
Wow.
Air pressure! Ranging you apart! Running Slash!
Sorry, trouble.
Hey, throwing fucking Beyblades at me now? They have shared HP, I guess. That makes AoEs really nice here.
You picked the wrong fight! Take this! Raining Slash! Far enough! Flew away! Raining Slash! Outrun you with a You're to be let free! They smite with blackened blade! Flew away! Execution! Burn in hell!
Explosion!
Raining Slash! Shine! Radiant light! Coming through!
Blah, blah, blah.
Now!
He just knows, okay?
Scarlet Inferno!
He just fucking knows, okay?
Force of regeneration!
Annihilation! This one's mine!
Raining Slash! Catapult! Flew away! It's on! Raining Slash! Catapult! Flew away! Eat this! Raining Slash! In a bind! Raining Slash! Flew away!
I need something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
Flew away!
Stop that.
Raining Slash! Flew away! Raining Slash! Flew away! Raining Slash! Trigger!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Blah, blah, blah.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Fuck you, I did. Take it. What?
Damn it.
Why would you even
He's awake.
pause?
I should have thought as much. So you know this place?
What, do you want to die again?
Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
After all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
Just take the fucking orb.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Nah, Sovereign's
Plus,
special.
What kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alph, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters.
Just take the fucking orb.
I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Fucking god. This is some anime bullshit.
It's too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Nice love hearts, by the way. I didn't notice that. Dude, just fly! You like fly in combat all the time. Nice that the explosions just chose to wait for her to have that dramatic pause. Looking forward to Doom? Yeah. I've got it downloaded and ready. I mean, I can stream it on Discord if you want to see.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
I like how you're clearly more powerful than him, but he can just stay here and you know, be caught in the explosion. Doesn't matter.
I am the one who
He can stay here and, you know, he just doesn't die. He's too powerful. He's too determined, too evil, but that doesn't apply to you. You have to get out or you're dead. But he doesn't, even though you've clearly proven that you're more powerful than him.
Ours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Okay, Moon from Majora's Mask.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Obviously not.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously,
You're the one that devours pizza
Volron to
rolls?
actually be here. He
Man,
seemed-
I haven't had a pizza roll in a very long time.
They care not one whit about Brennans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
Right now? Nice. What kind? What flavor? Triple meat. That's a lot of meat. Oh god, I have to actually warp out, I guess, this way. No, I can't. Just have to walk out. That's a lot of meat. I mean, I used to get these things called pizza pockets, which are just the same thing, basically. But that was like, you know, when I was like 14. I imagine they're still on the market, but I have not had one in a long time. Do I really have to walk all the way out? Sure. Yeah. Frickin' stamina bar. No, I mean, I've never made pizza rolls myself. I've made homemade pizza heaps of times. I haven't made pizza rolls before, though. Really? Come on, man. You're really gonna make me fucking walk all the way out here? Why? Like, why do I have to walk through the dungeon again? Like, the objective isn't even in here. The objective is just at the end. Whatever, I'm just running. Like, I'm not fucking fighting these things. What? Are they really trying to pad out the game time that much?
Is it too late to talk over our differences?
You got spirit.
You got spirit. No, I don't, obviously. They had to put a cutscene right fucking here to make sure that you walk all the way out instead of just warping to the warp point that's right where they're standing right now.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Him. Alphanus.
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Literally two fucking sovereigns here right now.
The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
That timing. How's it going, Virus? A donation goal for me reviewing a pizza
Your
pocket.
speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
That does not fix any of their problems.
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking.
He's going to introduce
One in
democracy.
which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Nice. Have a good one, Samato. Rest well. Oh, we got another one. Who's this one for? Oh, I see. Ground Dasher. And I'm doing alright, Virus. Yeah, I don't know where... I could probably just buy pizza pockets. Let's see. I could probably still buy them, I'm sure. It's like McCain or something. Yeah, it looks like they're still a thing. Coles, McCain frozen cheese and bacon pizza pockets, $6.50 for a box. I'm probably not gonna buy those anytime soon. Probably not gonna buy those anytime soon. Maybe one day. No, I'm gonna not deal with that
Looks like the
right now.
people of Lenegis.
Can I warp yet? No, I'm still fucking railroaded.
I couldn't have done it without your
One second.
words of encouragement, Law.
Back in just a second. Alright.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can.
Still can't warp. Alright, which way am I going? I guess I'm just walking all the way
Share
back through the
credit
city.
here.
Kind of curious, actually. Yeah, it's all the same shit. I can get this. Yeah, she has really fucking high magic attack at this point. Still don't have the Megafauna bones. No idea how to get those.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
So weird that I can't just teleport, man. Like, why can't I use the fast travels? Already had plenty. I didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Knight. Another surprise cutscene. Yeah, there's more cutscene hell. There's a lot of cutscenes. This day has actually been pretty much entirely cutscenes. I had like 2 mini dungeons. Like the volcano area was one room. It was a fairly large room, but it was still one room. And that previous area was just like 5 battles or something. Like, it was really short. I don't know why they're making me run the entire way out there. Like, somebody warp closer or something. They really like to kind of railroad you in this game, though, where you just get long sequences where you can't leave the region until you're done. Can't just, like, warp out of the dungeon kind of thing.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
It's all autopilot.
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Retta?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here?
Don't give up hope,
We're
bro. Don't give up
Dana
hope.
die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
They have to use the power of hope.
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
All right. I mean, I still don't have any freedom. I'm just gonna stop it here, though. Obviously, I prefer no condition to take off. I prefer to have freedom, but all I would be doing is fishing anyway, so I don't really care that much. If I really, really want to, I can reload from before that previous boss and skip all the cutscenes. Just more cutscenes, yeah. Story hell. Yeah, I kind of figured I might get a chance to get, like, freedom again. But obviously not. I don't even need it, though. I don't plan on doing any grinding. I don't think I need to, really. And I just wanted to do, like, some fishing or fucking around in general. But, yeah, I think I'm just going to have to go through all of this. Either way, I'm done for tonight. It's well over time. Let's see what's going on in the world of Twitch. Whole lot of not English there. Man. Not a whole lot of shit I want to watch. There's so much fucking Persona 3 still. I think I'll check the recommended. Is it all speedruns again? Yeah, okay. I guess not. It's just all speedruns. Have a giant cat. I will be back tomorrow. I need to go eat. I'm so hungry, actually. I'm so hungry now. That was a long stream. I'm gonna go eat. I will be back tomorrow. As per usual. Thanks for watching. All that good stuff. Have a good day, morning, night, whatever is appropriate to your time zone, and hopefully see you all next time. But until then, have a good one.